A very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
Win up to $1 million with your CSGO esports predictions. Simply guess the kill scores of the 10 players in a CSGO match. The more you guess correctly, the bigger the prize. You'll need at least 2 correct predictions to win a prize. Guess all 10 correct and win $1 million. Experience the exciting new way to add a little prosperity when watching esports tournaments. And register now to receive a free entry ticket upon sign-up. Predict kills, win millions, prosper.
Trying to get the skin of your dream for a long time but can't get it in any way? On our website you have a unique opportunity to get your favorite knife. Users on our site can hand out skins themselves, and participants need to fulfill some simple conditions. For example, watch a video or buy a case on our website. After that, you automatically become a member of the distribution. Go to the user giveaways tab and do what you like. Hellcase.
The hunger for glory feeds the desire, the courage to look for a challenge, to feed your ambitions. To reach for greatness. To become the champion of champions.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, welcome on back to Champions Store. We're here for the group stage of the South Europe Series 3, and of course, we got 2 teams looking to try and go 3-0 today. We've got Into the Breach versus Honoris up on the docket first, and well, it should be a high energy, high impact game in between these 2 squads looking to make it into playoffs, trying to avoid that 2-1 baseline. So, of course, the winner is going to be rather interesting to see. I'm certainly looking forward to seeing who's going to be able to make their move and make their way into the playoffs, so should be quite a bit of fun. Of course, we got some things to break down before we do get rolling into things, like the format and the schedule of what the event is looking like. Well, we'll start to do that first. Of course, if we look at the format for Series 3, of course, we had the play-ins a couple of weeks ago, and now we're looking at the group stage. Group stage is going to decide who makes their way into the playoffs, and right now we're looking to see who that first team's going to be. Right now, it could be Into the Breach of Honoris, and well, both these teams have been firing on all cylinders, winning out their previous 2 matches. They're now looking to solidify things and try and run over each other there on the next few maps. Of course, we'll bring up the dates really quickly, that way you guys have an idea when playoffs are going to begin. Of course, they'll be starting on March 4th. We do have a little bit of a break in between then and group stage. We've got till March the 1st, of course, for group stage. So, a bit of a long series for everybody looking to try and make their way through. Most teams don't want to try and do it there towards the end. They want to get things started off right, but these teams have. So now we're looking to see who's going to be able to try and progress to play on the 4th. Of course, if we do look at this group stage right now, we see a couple of teams that are sitting at that 2-0 status. Of course, course, we've got Into the Breach and Honoris who are playing right now. And of course, Voivoda, as well as Alternate Attacks sitting at that 2-0 stage. So things are looking rather good for them. Of course, later on in the day, we do have Apeks versus Prospects going to be coming on up. I'll be covering that one as well. These teams are 1-1. There's quite a few of those that are sitting in nice positions. Meanwhile, in the 0-2, we've got teams like Entropiq and Masonic down there who've had a bit of a rough go of it, but they're going to be looking to try and get things going here towards the end of the group stage. So, of course, they're on their last chance. Meanwhile, some of these other teams, they're on their first chance to go ahead and move on. So, certainly should be looking to be interesting. We do have the matches up on the screen for you guys right now. Of course, quite a few of them that are looking to be rather hot. Of course, Entropiq Masonic, that should be a rather good one. But of course, we do have Into the Breach in Honoris coming up here first. Of course, another matchup to watch for is probably going to be Voivoda versus Alternate Attacks, as that's the other team that is 2-0, or both those teams rather. So it should be some good stuff out of both those squads. So certainly going to be something to watch out for. But of course, now it's time to start breaking down these matches that we got coming up. We're going to be looking at the Into the Breach versus Honoris first. Of course, we'll start to bring up these rosters to get an idea of what's going to be coming on up. Of course, for Into the Breach, we've got Crucial, Thomas, Cypher, Volt, and Roland there for the 5-man squad. We've got Juve there on the coach, going to be looking to guide them through and help them keep their mentality straight as they want to go ahead and try and do this in a 2-0 manner. But of course, only time can tell that's going to be the case because, of course, they're playing up against the side of Honoris. The roster's going to be coming up on the screen here in just a second as well because, well, it should be able to put out some good firepower coming up here in just a few moments' time. Of course, if we do start to look at Honoris, we've got the players of Taz, Sobel, Rico, Lunatic, and Sammy. Things are looking quite nice for that squad. Of course, they've been together for quite a bit of time now. We do have Vince there at the helm, helping them on through as he is acting as coach right now. So certainly going to be interesting to see what sort of strategies he's had them implement here for this 3-map series to try and set themselves into 3-0 spots. Of course, we can start to look at the maps as well, that we guys have an idea of what's coming on up. Because, well, it is going to be a bit of a hot one, as we do see Nuke and Anubis banned out first. We do see Inferno there as the first pick. Into the Breach is a map that they're highly competent in. It's what they pick for a reason. It's a 64% win rate for them. So they win it more than they lose, which is quite nice for them. That's over 14 maps as well. So it's certainly not just a few maps. They played it quite a bit. They're going to be rather competent on it. But, of course, Honoris, they played it just as much, if not more. They played it 20 times in the past 3 months. Of course, they haven't had the greatest success on it with a 35% win rate, but they're going to be looking to try and improve that here and now if they want to go ahead and 2-0 the side of Into the Breach. They got to start off with that map pick first. Of course, Overpass going to be coming up next. Bit of an interesting one to see Into the Breach let this slip through, as they've only played it once over the past 3 months. And of course, that one time, we're going to be pulling up the stats real quick. They did play it up against Illuminar, and that went 16-12 the way of Illuminar. So I'm surprised to see that one coming on through from Into the Breach. I suppose they prioritize banning other maps in that case, like Anubis and Nuke. But I'm looking forward to seeing if they're going to be able to show some good stuff or competent on it, or if this one's going to be a little bit more turbulent for them. Of course, with Ancient and Mirage being banned out after that, we will be seeing the decider come up. That will be Vertigo. 69% win rate there for Into the Breach. That's over 13 maps. Meanwhile, a 37% win rate for Honoris, and that's over 19 maps. So I suppose one thing to take away coming out of these win percentages and the amount of maps played over the past 3 months is that certainly Honoris have played many, many more maps than the side of Into the Breach. Just from this map pool alone, they've got just a huge difference in the amount of time spent in the server, so, or at least in officials. So it's going to be rather interesting to see if they're going to be able to leverage that, or if this is going to go the way of Into the Breach. Anyways, folks, it's time to get into the matchup. So without further ado, here we go once again. Alrighty, folks, here we are. Match is live. We're on Inferno. Honoris versus Into the Breach, and we're going to be seeing if, well, Into the Breach can start to dive into the breach, as they do start to show a little bit of presence there in Banana. They don't have any presence towards mid whatsoever. We're going to be seeing Honoris go for early information on that. They should be able to react pretty swiftly once they start to realize that this is a bit of a Banana stacking gap and start to rotate. We're going to see the shots start to ring through, though. There's Cypher for one. Able to find out Rico. extremely quickly there, and that starts to open things up. They cracked open the top of Banana, but they still have B to hit. We're going to be seeing Taz find out the first there, able to tap one through the smoke. Meanwhile, Lunatic trying to fire away as well, trying to get off that early damage to try and avoid having to play retake, but it's crucial. Finds out Taz. Things start to go the way of the breach. Well, things are going to be a little bit rough for them. We're going to be seeing a 3v4 on the retake. Post-plant is looking to be quite strong there for the T side. And as we see Sammy starting to make his way up, he's going to have his head taken off by Thomas, leaving Lunatic to try and pick up the pieces. And well, as he does, he's kind of getting pinched out here. He's got to be careful. Crucial finds a kill. He does get the trade, though, quite quickly at that. Puts it down to a 1v2. One still of his back, one still at the front. And he's making his way up, trying to isolate the fight, which is incredibly difficult to do there, having to deal with those two angles. And well, Volt going to be there to finish him off. Of course, that will be into the breach, putting first on the board and going 1-0. Of course, definitely, we didn't get to talk about this earlier, unfortunately, due to how quickly we got into server. We do see Rollin and Sobel sitting at the top spots for these two rosters in the past few months. 1.14 2.0 rating there for Rollin. Sobel sitting at a 1.12. So definitely watch out for those players as we do move forward. And well, as we see a force up coming out on Norris, they don't save up in full. They're looking to go ahead and try and fight fire with fire. They've got the Deagles, 5.7s, the Scout to use, and ooh, Sammy. That was a mischievous little peek, but unfortunately, it doesn't net all too much. In fact, he nets himself some damage. Going to be tacked down to 74s. It's not much to be worried about just yet. But he's got to deal with Rollin there. And wow, Rollin holding a bit of a passive angle, sees him swing on through it and finds off his head rather quickly. Give the advantage back the way of into the breach. Now, they're going to edge their way up back through Banana, taking a bit of control. Of course, they still do have two feelers, possibly towards A. The A side's completely free right now, so heading towards B could be a bit of a mistake for them. There are 3 players to deal with. Heading towards site direct, of course, one in CT as well. So the reaction is going to be extremely swift out on Norris. They do hit the site. And as utility is throwing a bit of an execute. Could be a pick. They still have plenty of time to rotate back. And as we see, 2 players really fill out the sites over there. Into the breach should start to rotate pretty quickly. And yeah, they're going to realize that long is free, CT is free. Now they're going to start to make their way onto A. This is a great decision here. I was really worried that they weren't going to check the full site and realize and go ahead and hit that B site. But since they did, they're going to be able to go ahead and find plant. And we'll most likely see how Norris save these pistols over, as they are completely broken. And going ahead, having that extra firepower into the next round will be rather profitable for them. They do play this correctly. Yeah, they're just going to be holding firm. Can't go with the 5.7s, the Deags. Of course, unfortunately, the Scout did get eliminated there early on into this round. And well, as we see the bomb looking to go off, I think we'll see a bit of a hunt come out here from Into the Breach. They want to go ahead and dissuade away these pistols, build up a little bit of extra economy here. A couple extra $100 coming from the kills if they do pursue it. But it seems like they're not going to go too far. And no, they start to edge their way up, but I don't think it's going to pan out too well. And yeah, Lunatic going to be able to find a kill. That's a Mac 10 falling, but certainly he'll have an AK into this round. Still into the breach, they're in a nice position to go ahead and put themselves 3-0. They've gone ahead, put 2, and now they're going to be looking for that rifle round to come up into the 4th. So, of course, they've got a bit of a breather round here to just go ahead and solidify things to give themselves a greater and greater lead. And now, as we look to get things back underway, we'll see if there's another site stacked, or if it's going to be a bit of a bit more of a fluid approach into this. Of course, they don't opt to gamble stack once again. We did see that come out in the previous round. Didn't net them what they were hoping, but of course, this time they're going to be a little bit more spread out. Into the breach, they're looking to see if any initial picks can be made. We do see Sobel trying to swing through there to find a kill, but unfortunately for Lunatic over the try towards the B site, Crucial's going to be able to find the spray through the smoke. Rico finding a bit of an angle here. This is it's a bit of a unique one. You don't necessarily see this all the time, especially with Taz playing as aggressive as he is. He's able to go ahead and make his way on the side as well. Going to play behind second box there. It looks like the take is going to come underway, but sight is rather stacked. This is going to be hard fought. As we see into the breach explode out. Cypher finds the first. Thomas there for one as well. But there's Rico able to rack up 2 kills before he falls. And just like that, him and his team dissipates, and that will be a third for ITB. Now sitting in that 3-0 position, the rifles will be coming out on Honoris, and this is where the match should look to get heated up. Now, there is only 1 bonused up weapon here, or 2 bonused over weapons here for ITB. They've got themselves an AK or a MAC-10 and Galil, and well, the Galil gonna fall pretty quickly there. Well, almost likely we'll look to try and pick that up there. The up of Sammy, able to sing through, is gonna be looking for quite a bit more. And well, as Rico was able to shut down one at the bottom of Banana as well. Right now, Honoris, they're keeping things under wraps quite nicely. Those 2 initial picks, they've shut down the sites for business for the most part. But of course, into the breach are going to try and dive through, possibly through top of mid here to try and make their way towards A, but it doesn't go back off. Play this towards B instead. There are 2 players there to deal with. That's Rico and Lunatic. Gonna be looking to hold those angles. As ITB start to edge their way through. Cypher peering for information above half wall. Not much to be gained, but they execute. I think it's about to be thrown. Right now, I do have to say one thing I don't like is the 3 players there from Honoris. Towards the A, they were holding firm for quite a bit of time. Weren't playing for any information. But hey, it's not panning out too bad for them just yet. But still, with Cypher finding out that frag, we'll see Lunatic start to answer back. And answer back he does, finding 2, looks for the 3rd, crucial, last alive, finds 1. And now in a 1v3, and well, dealing with this is going to be rather unique, and as the plank goes down, it's a 1v3 post plants, and he's going to be finished off here by Taz. There it is. Nice little kill. Honoris going to be able to clean up that round quite demandingly. Kill almost coming out from each of the players. Of course, Lunatic was able to double it up there, sitting towards Grill. That'll be Honoris putting themselves at 1 as the defuse comes out. No, that's a massive round for Honoris to use. Of course, into the breach, you're going to be able to put up a competitive buy as well. There is a MAC-10 in the hands of Thomas, but on the flip side, Crucial, he's got the op to use here. So certainly they're going to be looking to take this long-range battle either through Banana or through mid. If Crucial could win that out, that could be a crucial frag for him. And we'll see what he's going to be able to accomplish, as it seems that Sammy wants to take this bout, but he's not on the receiving end just yet. Sammy going to be able to go ahead and hold a bit of a presence there mid. Of course, he doesn't overstay the welcome. Hearing that aggression and Apeks, he'll fall on back, not necessarily wanting to overextend and overstay his welcome. But I think this is going to be a bit more of a passive approach out of Honoris than what we were seeing there earlier. They were able to go through for those first 2 initial picks. Well, they got initial damage this round, but haven't been able to finish off the likes of Cypher just yet. As we see a bit of an execute thrown towards the top of Banana. They're going to be able to go ahead, gain a little bit of information, gain a little bit of space, but they still have a bit of presence over towards mid as well, as they're querying A without overly committing to it just yet. Now, this is rather interesting out of Honoris. Generally, you see them playing a bit of a crossfire angle over on Banana, saying towards Dark and New Box, but right now we're seeing them kind of stacked up. One player boosted up, one player playing behind. And well, the boosted up player is going to be able to find out one. Rico finds out the first. Lunatic gets the one as well, but Thomas trades back. There's another to come out. Volto trades it down into a 3v3. The man advantage. Trade up even here for the post line. But Taz finding out roll through the smoke, puts it down into a 1v2. Or a 2v3, the man advantage going the way of Honoris. This retake is extremely possible. Things are looking to be a little bit more on the rough side for ITB, but they've still got Crucial and Volt to work with. Crucial holding a very tight angle. He needs to find out this kill here in church, and as he does, Sobel falls. The man advantage is equalized. And Taz is going to be looking to gain a little bit of space as the smoke goes down. Sammy edges his way out. Unfortunately, it's a bit of a whiff shot, but Taz finds one through the smoke. Bolts responds back with a spray of his own to go ahead and find a fourth for ITB. And Honoris are denied a run of rounds as ITB puts a fourth on the board. Now, of course, Honoris playing a little bit aggressive with this bind. They do have two MP9s to use. They salvage this one as much as they can. They would like to find their second here. If they can convert this round, things could be looking quite nice, but really need these up close and personal angles to make these MP9s swing in the way you need. To see ITB edging their way through. Looks like they're going to make a bit of a concerted effort over towards this A side. Of course, they still got players to deal with. Sobel, he's going to be in a rather key position playing over here towards Big Pit. That first angle to play with. But as no one swings just yet, bomb does start to get committed, but still in an extremely rotatable spot. As they move it just a little bit farther up into mid, starting to show a little bit of presence towards B. Rico gonna be there on the receiving end. Watches for the flash, but unfortunately, as Thomas swings, he finds the kill and starts to open things up. That's the cracks being shown over on the B side. It's not wide just yet. Lunatic still towards sight. He's gonna be a bit of a linchpin player. If he can find out two here, things could be looking good for his team to retake. He can put them in a prime close plant position. Things are good. That's massive. Lunatic, good for two there. Oh, of course, does trade it back, putting it into a 2v3. This is a doable spot. They're at a disadvantage. He's dealing with Crucial with an MP9. Oh, they baited out the shot. That's beautiful. That allows Sammy to start to aggress over the grill. Volt's going to look to react with the AK. Makes its way up. This is the initial. There's the swing. Sammy able to find one. Puts it down into a 2v2 with the equalizer coming out. Crucial reacts. Oh, bit of a whip there. And Sammy finds the frag, leaving Roland all alone. And as Roland gets finished off as well, the 2v3 retake goes flawlessly. And Honoris find the defuse for the second. Absolutely massive round there for Honoris. They've reset the economy for the most part for the side of Into the Breach. There could be a little bit of a force up here. There's money for an AK, maybe a Galil, a couple of Mac-10s. But for the most part, they're looking to be on the lower end of the economy scale. And yeah, they'll call a tactical timeout, trying to decide whether they buy this round or look to buy up into the coming few. And as we at least see Roland buy up that AK, could be a bit of a hero purchase. Maybe they'll force Deagles around it, Tech 9s. I think that's going to be the name of the game. And yeah, no, they'll force around it. Okay, so they'll go ahead, have that AK bought up, but Tech 9s, Mac 10s, and Galils to work with on the rest. This is going to be a rather hard-fought round for them if they do want to try and turn it their way. They're dealing with, of course, a fully stacked out Honoris with AKs, A4s, A1Ss, and an AWP. So taking any long-range battles with any of these weapons is going to be a rather dire situation for them. They want to get up close and personal, find these tight angles to try and catch them from. Of course, as they start to edge their way back up, looks like they'll show a bit of presence over here towards Banana. Of course, these two players to deal with are going to be Lunatic and Rico once again. But, of course, they're not overly committed to it just yet. Plenty of time to rotate back over towards A. They're trying to at least pull a rotator 2 away from the A side. If they can start to free it up a little bit, things could look good. Right now, Honoris, they're not biting. They could be able to bring this within 1 here and now. And it looks like we'll see Honoris. You're ready to hold this onslaught off that's coming towards Zhang. Sammy, he'll be smoked off. That gives quite a bit of room to play with if you are the side of the breach. Into the breach, starts to dive through. Long presses is made. And we'll put down the utility to start this execute in just a moment. Kaz, of course, is watching for this angle. As he starts to peer through, he'll see them going for the wrap. This is going to be heading towards B. They're going to be hitting it through Banana as well as CT. This could be a hard-fought battle. We'll see Rico start to come up, able to find out two, shuts it down, bomb is out. And just like that, Crucial and Cypher are all alone. And unfortunately for them, the round is done and dusted before they can really get onto site. And that will be Honoris putting a third on the board and bringing themselves within 1 of a tied game coming here into round 8. Now, as we do have Glocks here for the breach, things are looking a little bit rough for them. This is where Honoris are going to be tying things up. Of course, they'll be force buying into the next. They should have the money for it to allow them to have those AKs and maybe an up if they're lucky. Really comes down to seeing if they can get planned here. But so far, each player being denied leaves it into the hands of Crucial and Thomas. Well, the P250 and a Glock, things are unlikely to get plants. And, well, as another kill comes out, Sammy rings out for 1 and... can't seem to find it just yet. I was kind of playing with him, but there it is. Sammy's going to be able to finish it off. That will be 4-4. All tied up there at the 8th, now into the 9th. Full rifles to use if you're the breach, and this is a rather important round. They want to break the tie back into their favor here on the T side. If they're able to convert the half here, things could look good for them, but Honoris now in the process of trying to do the same, and, well, they're in the driver's seat. They've got the momentum to play with. They won 4 rounds in a row, and now they're going to look to try and do the same again. If they can win 4 in a row again, it could start to look good for them, but this rifle round is of the utmost importance to re-break the economy of ITB before the movement can get started for them. As they edge their way up, they do send Cypher all the way to the top of Banana. They're not necessarily overly committed to it just yet. They start to show their cards a little bit. But of course, Cypher doesn't overstay his welcome. Rico takes up the position, playing towards half wall, peeks through. Ooh! Able to find out a nice little double, one with an HE, one with a spray through the smoke. And they start to shut down Banana before it can really get popped open. Of course, a little bit of a booster on the flower pots if we do see ITB take a fight with this. A lot of the presence for Honoris is towards that CT side. It looks like bombs go edge its way up, and initial shots are going to be made. Of course, Lunatic responds with the smoke, rotates through Church. More towards Coffins to take this first bout. As he sprays away, his position is going to be known, but Rico, our own flower box, going to be able to find out the first, leaving Rollin and Volts all alone in 2v5, and this is looking unlikely. Of course, with Rollin and Volt just holding firm now. They're endeavoring to save these rifles over. So far, no one going for the hunt. Honoris, they can secure all 5 rifles. Or all 5 weapons, rather. They'll be able to build up their economy in a huge way here. Yeah, players all the way up at 10k now. They'll just hold on to these guns, looking to go ahead, save into the next bonus. These weapons include that MP9. Well, they could just be able to start building their economy greater and greater to where into the breach's ability to break their economy could be limited and towards the end of the half. Now, we do see a bit of a force up. They do buy around these rifles that were saved over. So this is a full investment. They're all the way down towards the better end of their economy once again. Cypher does save up. He'll be looking to buy up coming up here into the future. And oh, I think if Sammy held that angle for a little bit longer, he would have found the edge of somebody. He does decommit pretty quickly. And oof. Peering into Apeks, or the hallway. He'll be tagged on out all the way to 40 HP. Of course, he'll react swiftly, backing off, not necessarily wanting to overextend there. And this looks like it could be heading towards B. Of course, there's only one player to play direct. One's rotate through now. It'll play close at hand. We'll go ahead and deploy some smokes, allowing Rico to get himself a little bit closer to sight. It looks like they'll start to take a position over there towards New Box. And on the second as well. Now, Rico makes his way up to yellow. He's mined out position. He's going to be able to use this position to find out at least one. Will be trade out. There's FORZE. Lunatic finds a kill as well, but Thomas quick on the refrag. Puts it down into a 3v3. Here in the post plant, they need to get the bomb down extremely quickly. Now need to hold these angles superbly. We're going to be dealing with Sammy, Taz, and Sobel here. Well, Sobel, I like his chances here with the MP9, and I really like that shot by Sammy. It doesn't connect up, but crucial. Gonna be able to find that kill on the Taz. Unfortunately here for Honoris, it doesn't seem like they're going to be able to take the jump here onto ITV, and it seems that this post plant is going to go their way. It's going to be 5-5, all tied up once again here at round 10. And Honoris not able to grant themselves any extra momentum or any extra rounds. ITV keep it extremely honest. Of course, there is an A1S, and it ups to use here VR. Honoris doubles back on that MP9, of course. Bit of an interesting decision to go ahead, keep a hold of this. He's looking to play rather aggressive up in apartments. So these closer range angles are going to be favored him, as well as he goes for a bit of an early swing. Vaults, dear God. Good for two, able to find one through the wall. Sobel being found out as well as he pressed forward. Meanwhile, Taz will be able to play with there towards balcony just to be eliminated there. He's able to find out one, but unfortunately with Lunatic and Rico being the last two men standing, not having any presence towards A, the attempt at the retake is unlikely, and yet, especially as Lunatic falls, leaving Rico all alone. He's going to be desperately looking to save here. Well, there we go. That'll be a fifth. Things are looking good for the side into the breach. We're sitting at 6-5 right now. Able to go one above a fifth, and they're going to be looking to try and see if they can get the momentum really swung in their direction. Breaking the economy of Honoris seems certainly possible now. Players are all the way down to 50. Of course, it is rather turbulent economy, all things considered. But no, it starts to even out. Things could begin to look really good here for ITB if they do pick up this round, put 7 on the board, then figuring it within 1 of converting the half successfully. If they do that, they should be assured to hit 8. Ooh. Good shot by Roland, finds the first on the Taz. Of course, they're playing rather quickly up towards this A site. Sobel, we're looking to try and take fight here from Mini Pit. Do see his teammate rotating through with the off, now sitting in library. His shots ring out. Unfortunately, Sobel not gonna be able to net any frags. I think that's it. Yeah, Honoris, they're going to be backing on off, looking to see where that up and able to say the least. Logitech could go for a little bit of extra pressure to play here in CT to possibly catch out these Hunters. As he waits around here and get information, he'll hold firm, not overextending just yet. And this bomb goes off. We're going to be seeing 7 for ITB. And things are looking quite nice coming here towards the end of the half for the T side. Oof. Initial up shot, not going to be able to net all too much just yet. And his shots ring out. Rico playing aggressive here in Banana. He has been tagged out rather low and continues to be so, as he's at 10 HP now. But Sammy, playing Pillar here. This is a rather dirty fight to take. It could go south in so many ways, but he's able to retreat successfully due to that smoke being placed down. And Taz going to start to react over here towards long. Of course, Flash comes out. Crucial, finds the kill. And they start to open things up. Sammy gonna look to react, swings through, finds a frag, but is ever so low now. He played out rather cautiously. ITB, they want to make a move. They want 8 here and now. They want to break the economy of Honoris, all of which is possible. Let's start things off. They need to find Sobel and Sammy. Those up and able. Ness is going to be a bit of a fumble there. And as Sobel gets found out, Sammy does the same. Both falling away. And, well, Lunatic catches a bullet to the head as well with Cypher. Quickly gunning him down in Library, leaving Rico all alone. And ITB are going to be able to convert the half successfully. Well played by them. Of course, ITB now sitting at the converted half. We're going to be lucky to try and build up a lead a little bit more. Right now, this could be anywhere from an 8-7 half if Honoris are able to go ahead and get things swinging underway into this next round off the back of, well, a bit of an eco. Or we could be seeing 10-5 if ITB are just able to swing through this one rather quickly. If they are able to find out that nice little lead to play with at double digits, things could be looking really good for them. And certainly this round could be a great start for it due to the drastic way that the economy for Honoris is looking. They're going to be looking for the buy-up coming in round 15. This could be a free round for ITB if they play their cards right. Dealing with that MP9 and A1S first is going to be the utmost importance. Wow. As right now they played out rather cautiously. They're seeing if anyone might overextend so they can get any more initial damage or find themselves an initial frag to work with. Well, Crucial peeks his way through. He finds out the first on to Sammy. Taz and Sobel. Interesting position for them. Playing stacked up in Boiler. Now ITB are going to be expecting this. And, well, as Roland finds one, Taz is still there. I don't know if they're going to recheck for this. Yeah, he's going to be able to swing through, find out a kill there on the Taz. Of course, the trade comes through from Crucial, leaving Rico all alone. As he's alone in a 1v4, he'll be gunned down rather quickly, putting it at a 9th for the side of Into the Breach. Now, of course, they're going to be looking for a 10-5 half, but the full rifle round coming through for Honoris here in round 15. They have the up to use as well, and Sammy. So, this is a rather important buy for them to work with. Now, as Thomas is going to be looking to edge his way up first. He's going to be playing injury since he's so low. But still, Cypher going to be able to keep him alive for at least the time being. He's all the way tagged down to 7 HP. We're going to see Cypher go for that entry now. Of course, the man advantage going to be claimed really quickly. But Sammy, over the opposite end of the map, is going to be able to find out the lurker of Rollin. Starts to open things up for Honoris with that equalizer, but it looks like ITB wants to commit towards this B site, but they do see the bomb edging its way back. Not necessarily looking to play a little bit too presumptuously here into round 15. Of course, that's Lunatic. Finds out the first crucial, trades it back. Sammy's good for one as well, trying to get down into a 3v2, the man advantage, going the way of Honoris. And oh, Taz, they offer some extra damage. Thomas and Volts are at such low points with their HP. Not even 10 between the two of them. And Honoris are in a prime seat to go ahead and put themselves at a 9-6 half. Taz edges his way up. Volt finds the first, of course. Sobel there to double it up. Finds them both out and puts it at 9-6. Quite a nice half there for ITB, but Honoris keeping them nice and honest, around their heels with 3 rounds right below them. Well, the second half is going to determine who's going to be able to take map number 1. So, folks, we got a bit of a break in between now and then. So we're back in about a minute's time. So see you guys very soon. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, welcome on back. Of course, it is 9-6 there at the end of the half, coming into half number 2 here of Inferno. We're trying to see who's going to be able to take this. So right now, into the breach, they're in the driver's seat. Sitting at 9, they're going to be looking for one more to go ahead and hit 10. And well, with this pistol round coming underway here on the CT side, they really need to show their stuff. But it seems like there's going to be an extremely quick pop-out coming out of Honoris. They're playing quickly up to the banana. Cypher's going to be there to try and hold them off. Finds one, not two, though. Taz quickly trades him out, putting it down into a 44. The man advantage don't be taken either's way, as it is traded out down to even. And now we see the post plant looking to come through. Plank goes down. We're going to see Thomas and Co start to edge their way up extremely quickly as well, and takes an initial bout, but has his head taken off. Of course, Thomas there for Drake leaves down to Taz to take fight. Crucial finds one, Volt finds the other, leaves it all down to Sammy, and Sammy towards Sight goes for the 1v3, but unfortunately for him, Thomas quickly has his number, rips off his head with the USPS. That will be 10 for the side of Into the Breach. Now, of course, with it being 10-6, Honoris in a bit of a deficit now. They're down by 4. They don't want to let the side of Into the Breach get too far here on their T side to have themselves too much of an advantage. Of course, it is rather hard fought to play after a pistol loss, so we're going to be seeing them most likely save in full here, and that's going to be the case. Just a couple of Deagles, P250s to use. Meanwhile, the rest of them saving up into some Glocks. They should be looking for the full buy to come into round 18. So there should be a solidified 11th here for ITB unless the unexpected occurs. Now, this is played out rather slowly. We do see Honoris edging their way up a little bit towards A. Right now, I have to say, going towards B could be a bit of a problem. Banana's kind of shut down for business today. Player playing rather close up with an MP9, his teammate playing half wall. So these should be able to play off each other extremely well. Well, Sobel and Taz find a kill out each. They crack it back open. That was looking to be a rough fight to take, but hey, it works out beautifully for them. Crucial, of course, does find the equalizer. And as we see them edge their way up, Sobel goes for an engagement, but opts to back off and looks for another instead. So dealing with Volts, a bit of an impossible situation. Now in a 2v3, the advantage going the way of ITB. Honoris right here on the post plant playing towards Church. Sammy, let's see what you can do here. P250 in hand, spots out the first bolt, eliminates Taz. We do see Sammy go for a swing, but unfortunately it doesn't work out. And that'll be all she wrote. Rollin defuses successfully in 11 for the side of ITB, but with the bomb going down, Honoris are going to be sitting in a nice position for their economy to be in a stellar light here for round 18. Now, as we see it back down into a full buy round, of course, Cypher is bonusing over at MP9. The rest of them on A4s here. And this is an incredibly important round for them. We'll see Cypher go for initial information. He did have the MP9, so a decent play for him to make there. Of course, he does get tagged down and eliminated. But he's able to get heavy damage on Riku and Lunatic for that play. A little bit of information to play off of as well for the rest of his team. Of course, they're going to be looking to play it out rather slowly from here on out. And we'll see them looking to posture up possibly to go through Banana to be. Not overcommitted to it just yet. It might be a mistake for them to make that move over there as well. 3 players are prepped up to fight. With Crucial activating for the first. I think that dissuades Honoris away. Yeah, no, they're looking to make their way up through top of mid now. We tick down below 50 seconds. Rollin really in the prime seat to be a bit of a linchpin. If he can find out 1 or 2, a retake certainly be possible, but he cannot just go down without a fight. Of course, he's had his teammate join him there on the A site direct now. Crucial. Playing for utility. As Rollin gets stinked out. Ooh, he's going to start to check his back. Catches one. That's bomb going down as well. Sammy, of course, does trade it out, leaving Crucial in a rather precarious situation. Starts to make his way out, unfortunately. Not going to be able to net anything for it. Leaving Thomas and Volts as the last 2 men standing. And it seems like they kind of want to go for this. They are rotating down through Banana, looking to play through mid for the retake if they do want to attempt at it. But as we do see Thomas all the way in the back of Apps towards T, most likely a save call to be made here. That's going to be Honoris hitting 7. Just allowing ITB a run around here on the CT side of Inferno.
Terrorists win.
Now, as we get rolling once again, there are some weapons to use here. A couple of MP9s. A bit of an XM to play with. It's a bit of an interesting situation, but let's see what they can do with it. And oh, Cypher so quick. He'll be able to find out one, gets himself there onto the logs, but unfortunately will be eliminated there as he spotted out. He's traded 1 for 1 of that situation, but hey, it's a bit of damage. We'll see if they can do any more. No, Thomas, such an aggressive position. It's going to be able to net him. One of his positions known, re-peeking, bit of a mistake. We'll have his head taken off, and his Taz finds a frag as well. He was down into a 3v3, all equalized up. And that's going to allow Honoris to make a bit of a move. And heading towards A could be a mistake for them. Of course, Rollin with an XM. Sitting in Boiler right now. He's going to be looking for this first fight. Oh, Taz. Didn't check too deeply, but they're not going to aggress through short. Seems like they're going to angle themselves through long. This could be a rep play over towards B if they really want to, but the time might not be permitting. As we tick down, we see them have to commit towards A now. Really crucial, could be a problem, but no, it won't be. Sobel quickly finds him out. He's good for 2 as well, eliminating Rollin. Lead bolts all alone, and that will be Honoris. Hitting 8s, and the save call going to be made to carry over at least an AK into the next round to have themselves a little bit of extra weaponry there. But for the most part, it's going to need to be a save. And well, there we go. Honoris going to be able to take it. Snowball does fall, but Volt's able to carry over his AK. They'll have a bit of a hero rifle to play with here. The rest of them, maximum of deagles as they look to save into the next. They're going to be looking for a bind around 21. Right now, Honoris, they're playing this quite nicely to go ahead and start narrowing the gap in between them and into the breach. And they should be able to look for a little bit more here, as they want to go ahead and put it at 9 and possibly 10 into the next. Of course, round 21 is where we're going to be seeing the full Y. And that's where things are going to start to come to a head for ITB, if they want to try and pull it through. As a bit of utility is played, we do see the side of Honoris edging their way up through Banana. Of course, they still do have some presence over there onto A. And well, as Sobel is able to execute 2, he picks himself up an AK. Unfortunately here for ITB, their only rifle in the server is just swayed away. Take it away from them at that. They could be able to pick up a MAC-10 possibly, but as they make their way onto this B site, it's mostly for free, but Cypher and Thomas are going to look to swing through, very close to finding the frag, but no cigar on that end. Oh no! NT on the Zeus. There we go with Rollin saving. Honoris going to be able to go ahead and hit 9. Now 11 to 9. Well, Rollin, I'll be looking for that full buy into the next round, and this is a pivotal round for Into the Breach. All right, so they have that full buy to play with. They do have an MP9 on Cypher. The rest of them forced up into A4s and A1Ss. A decent amount of utility to play with. It's not the greatest in the world, but they should be able to play for enough stall time. Try and draw this time out. As initial utility is played, we will see some damage being put out. It's not too terribly much just yet. Taz tagged down to 75, but a lot of presence here, man. They do fall away from the B side, but there's Rollin for one. Able to find out Lunatic. Opens things up here for ITB. But Rico there to trade it out. Keep it down to a 4v4, nice and equal. As more shots come through, Crucial falls away. Of course, Rollin was able to find out one. Oh, this is brazen as it could be. Hey, Rollin. Don't need to do it like that. That's just disrespectful, man. Able to go ahead and find himself a beautiful little ace. To go ahead and put ITB at 12. Dear God, Rollin. What a disrespectful play getting up on the top of the boxes there to go ahead and just try and gun them down before they can react to it. And while it played out beautifully. Well, Rollin, I suppose you're wanting to carry this team on your back right now with that, with that round going underway. Of course, they'll be coming into the next, looking to try and secure that 13th and bring themselves then too. Of course, they're going to be dealing with the AKs and up that Honoris have buffed together once again. Of course, their economy is getting towards the lower end. They should be able to afford up a little bit of something into the next regardless. As Crucial has flashed off the angle, he's not going to necessarily want to overstay his welcome over here on B. Ooh, he really wants to play for this first fight, but unfortunately, he just can't seem to net himself anything just yet. He tried to play with so much aggressive there at Car. But as nothing was able to pan out for him, he does back off, able to get away cleanly for the most part, only tagged down to 97. Meanwhile, Honoris are still feeling around the map as they look for double digits in this round, trying to hit 10, but once again, there's Rollin to open it up. Now as we see them edging their way forward, it looks like this is going to be a B-side hit. We've ticked down below 40 seconds. They have to make a move soon. Cypher, oh! He was spotted out and eliminated. There's Thomas there for the trade. Of course, he will be smoked off. He's able to keep it into the favor of ITB for the time being, and he'll edge his way up. Ooh! He tried to spray through, but it couldn't net anything, and was tagged down even further. Still, with Rollin spraying away through the smoke, it leaves Rico and Sammy into a rather difficult position here in the 2v4. They got post-plant positions to play with, but Sammy's forced up. Of course, he does have the up. He's able to react for one, reacts for two as well. Finding out Rollin and Thomas as Rico finds out Volt, leaving Crucial to 1v2 here with the up. Time is limited. He's got to play forward. But it seems like he's going to go ahead and commit to the save. That's going to be the round going the way of Honoris. Gonna be able to hit 10 with an exit frag to boot, but Crucial just not able to pull off the 1v2 there. No. As they get back underway, ITB kind of reset. Crucial does have that carried over up, and he's playing extremely aggressive with this. Even nets him anything. Unfortunately here for ITB, they will start to collapse. There is a player making his way up here towards B. An initial pick on the Cypher while Thomas flashed off the angle and prays wildly while blinded, just to be eliminated by Lunatic. We would get down into a 3v5, and most likely they'll save over that AWP while the rest of them goes for a little bit of pressure to go for damage. Oh, unfortunate vault. So many attempts at these Zeus kills, man. So many attempts. Hasn't worked out yet, but I like to see the initiative. There we go. Honoris hitting themselves at 11. Are now within one of tying the game once again. Of course, full rifle to play with if you are ITB. Into the breach. Must-win round. Crucial has the up once again. That was carried over. Meanwhile, the rest of them forcing up into A4s, A1Ss. And of course, an MP9 to play with as well. I know. Sammy's going to be trying to take a fight here. And, well, Taz is going to be able to open things up. Of course, Crucial does trade it back. And it's Rico. Ranges through to find himself a kill. Man advantage once again thrown the way of Honoris, but Volt's looking for that equalizer. He plays aggressive, making his way towards half wall. Tries to launch with Banana, but is flashed off the angle. Lunatic takes off his head. Still, Thomas reacting up. They keep things into a winnable state. It's 2v3. But, oh, Crucial, I thought for sure going to get caught out there, but he survives it nonetheless. What? Good frag there. Goes ahead, he equalizes it out. We do see Rico go for plant now. Of course, Crucial. Will be smoked off the angle. Will start to react with utility. The spray through the smoke comes out. Thomas finds a huge kill to get this retake going, leaving Sobel all alone. He's going to opt to play around the edges of the smoke instead of playing behind a box on sight. And as he spots out one, oh, it doesn't spray through to find the kill. And Crucial able to distract while Thomas goes for the frag, and the defuse is successful. ITB, they cleanse the round by the skin of their teeth, claiming 13 with a defuse, and bring themselves back to a lead of 2. Now, as we swing back underway into a full rifle round, Crucial, able to play a bit of a crucial role there previously. He did play bait with the ult, but hey, it's a dangerous game, but it worked out nicely for Thomas to clean it up. As we come into an incredibly important round. We're going to see a bit of pressure being applied over towards B. So far, they're starting to show their hands over there towards Banana, but of course, they're not overly committed just yet. Plenty of time to rotate back if they do decide to head towards A. There are 2 players for here for them to fight. Of course, we're going to be looking at Thomas and Cypher to try and keep a hold on things here at B and Banana. But as they've lost all control of Banana, we'll see a bit of a boost up come out. They decommit to it after they put down some utility. Of course, good damage being placed for through. We do see Lunatic and Rico rather low. We'll see Cypher able to swing off that. Rollin playing aggressive, makes his way through the smoke, finds out 2. Of course, he will be straight out. Taz and Lunatic able to find one each. Thomas still towards sight. Heading away, looks for another, able to find the final on the Taz, and that will be 14 for ITB. 14 on the board within 1 of map point, looking to send us on into a second of the series. Of course, that's Overpass coming up next. Still a ways to go before we get to go there. Cypher will be able to react to the first. He's going to head hold and angle him, and Thomas spray away. Fighting out 2 there as well. Leaves it all down into the final 2's hands. They're going to be able to go ahead and get Plantals out. It's 2v3 here in the retake. Of course, this post flank could be rather strong here for Honduras. They've got rifles to use now as well. Picked up off the corpses of their teammates as well as the enemy. And it's Volt. Well, that's a lucky spray. Finds one. Rico tries to react, finds the first. Isolating these fights, is able to get damage onto another, but Volt swinging through is there to finish it, putting 15 on the board. And now Honduras need 4 in a row to take us into overtime. Well, ITB just need 1 to send us on into map number 2. Now, 15 on the board. Honduras are looking to crawl back and take this into overtime here on Inferno. But ITB are trying to solidify things and end it out. Crucial going to be thinked out first. Of course, it's only to 82. And, oh, Cypher, I like the attempt at that, but man, doesn't pan out. And uh-oh. With those 2 frags going through, Thomas playing overly aggressive, they're going to be cracking open B completely. No one there to take fight. We'll see maybe ITV go for the retake, but this is a huge round for Honduras to win. Yep. Backing on off. We'll see ITB save and Honduras secure themselves. A 12 fighting another day to live. Bringing things closer and closer to OT. Now it's 15-12. Honduras are closing the gap. Still a ways to go before they take us into overtime. And into the breach on a full rifle round. They really need not to play as brazenly as they did previously. They're banana with 2 players just peeking on down, not able to net all too much. Things were extremely rough. I understand wanting to play for the fight to go ahead and trying to secure themselves advantage early on. But man, they just couldn't control it. Rolling. Ooh. Gets to do a bit of a hairy fight. Won't be able to win it out. There's fault for 1. Of course, Lunatic. Raids it back, leaving it down to a 4v4. We do see Crucial try to follow it up with the ult. Not able to catch him out in time, though. Rolling towards Big Pit. Tries to take first fight. Unfortunately for him, his head going to be taken off by Sobel. Leaves the advantage going the way of Honduras. And once again, ITB, they back off. And the 3v4 just not wanting to play for it. Dear, oh dear, that is a rough one to be in. That's certainly not what you wanted to see if you were a fan of ITB. They really wanted to go ahead and carry that round through because our economy getting towards the lower end now. They do carry over 3 rifles in total. Rollin and Volt are going to be towards a desperate buy. Honoris. They brought it within 2 of OT. They could be at 14 here in just a moment's time. ITB, they really need to end it here. They can't afford for this to go to OT. Things could fall apart for them extremely quickly from there. Well, it's crucial. Tries to play up with the op. Does get smoked out after putting a shot out, trying to connect for a shot. Unfortunately, no connection made. We'll see how Norris, with a rather deep player all the way at bottom. Of course, the rest of them will start to make their way up. And oh, Rico. Such an advantageous swing. Finds out Cypher. And unfortunately, that's the B side completely cracked open. There's no one to take fights. Oh, what a blunder for ITB. We do see Thomas rotating over. He's got to find kills here. If he doesn't find out too, this round is dashed by the wayside. He needs to put this into a retakeable position, to say the least. Or he just needs to shut it down completely on his own. As he puts off shots and deploys utility, he looks for a fight. So far, the timing is not advantageous. And oh, Lunatic. He'll be able to gun him down. Just like that, it's a 3v5. And once again, ITB in unretakeable position are going to be forced to savor the op. And dear, oh dear, this was the last thing you wanted to see for them, because this is beginning to smell like overtime. It's beginning to stink of it, in fact. Now just only 1 round away for Honoris to try and take us all the way there. Now, of course, Honoris, 1 round away from OT. Into the breach, they have just been struggling round after hitting 15 to close things out. Well, that's a little bit of utility is placed forward. See them looking to play rather aggressive with it. They're trying to change the pace of this game. And so far, it's worked for them to take control of Banana. Of course, one will rotate away, possibly to play towards CT, to play quick rotate. Crucial. He needs to win out any fights he gets into here through the top of Banana. Sweet C players start to edge their way forward. I think first swing's about to come out. Crucial timing's got to be right for him. As Honoris are still holding firm. They'll start to make their way forward, and Crucial go miss the initial shot. Of course, Thomas go be able to gun down 1 before he falls. Crucial swinging through, loses his life as well. That's a huge blunder, opening up the B side all the way. We'll see the reaction coming out of ITB. This is a round they have to go for. They can't afford for this one to be dropped. And oh, Cypher, he's forced forward. Bolt, of course, going to be eliminated. Cypher falls suit into the grave, leaving Rollin to clutch up. 1v4. And OT looking secure. And Sammy spots him out, takes him out, 15 on the board. And just like that, we're sent into OT. Honoris crawling all the way back from 10 to 5 to tie things back on up. Alrighty, Honoris. Massive plays by them to go ahead and move them into the 15 scoreline, all into overtime. Advantage going their way in terms of momentum. They're going to be looking to play through with that to try and take us into map number 2 successfully. Of course, the ITB, they were so close. At 10 to 15, the advantage was going their way, but they just could not win out the round to close it out. And the result of that is heading back into OT. These players from Honoris gunning their way through. Now, of course, that means you try to play aggressive there towards Banana, looking for that initial pick. Nothing to be found just yet. They fall back that angle, not necessarily wanting to overextend. Of course, Cypher showing a lot of aggression really quickly, makes his way into Cubby, will be eliminated there by Rico. Of course, he will fall, and that'll be Thomas falling back, not wanting to overextend. It's been a couple of times. Things have just fallen apart here for ITV because they've shown too much aggression here at Banana. And Thomas, showing it again. It's going to get flashed through to find a kill, but certainly it works out this time. Of course, it's been 50-50 on these plays when it works out and when it doesn't. Well, so far, ITV, they're able to get equalizers. Look to continue to shut down the site with Vault boosting up his teammates. They're on the new box. Of course, he'll edge his way towards Pillar to play for this crossfire. Now, it's Volt. I'll top a couple of shots. We'll go ahead, deploy some utility before into the smoke, but Thomas boosted. Finds one, makes his way to second box. Looks to play for another fight, but the bout doesn't go his way. Volt trades it through as Sammy gets the refrag, leaving it down into a 2v2, and Crucial and Rollin could potentially go for a retake here. Now, of course, Crucial, he's the linchpin here. And he's going to be able to start things off as well. The up brings out Sobel. It's left all alone. 1v2. He's got to deal with both angles. Time is ticking down. It's into his favor. Not by this first say the least, but as he looks away, oh no! Not expecting Roland to edge his way out of the smoke. He will be gunned down. But I don't know if Crucial's got this defuse. He does have a kit. Oh no! Crucial! Oh my gosh, that's a shame there for ITB. That was a round they desperately needed, but Honoris are able to take it due to them not having a kit. And that'll be 16 on the board. Oh, that's an incredibly rough one to lose there. Honoris. I don't think they had any rights in winning that, but not having a kit, that's inexcusable for ITB in that situation. They're able to go ahead and find out the players with enough time to find defuse with kit, but just, man. Not investing the 600 for it. Of course, with it being 16-15 now. These players of Honoris are going to be looking to try and do this in a clean streak. If they can get 3 in a row, it's be looking quite nice. But Rollin tries to have something to say about what, unfortunately for him, Sobel just having his read, finds him out. Leaves Crucial to play for this peak. Looks like he wants to play into Boiler. This is a hard-fought challenge for him. As he edges his way after clearing it. He'll opt to watch back of Apeks. Play from sight. Of course, he's going to peer in through balcony. Spots out first. The initial shot going to be whipped, unfortunately. As he doubles back, Sammy rips off his head and leaves it down to Cypher, Thomas, and Volt. Volt pops off a couple of shots just to have his head taken off by Rico, leaving Cypher and Thomas all alone. I think save call will be made here, looking to have a bit of extra cash into the next round of OT. That's a bit of a shame here for ITB. They just can't seem to make the CT side play whatsoever right now. Rollin and Crucial falling there early on. Volt's big found out library as he tried to get into a position to make a retake attempt a possibility. And another round goes by the wayside. Now, as we get swinging underway once again, Honoris are looking for the clean streak here on the CT side of overtime. And oh, Crucial. Another whiff to boot. Things look a little bit rough with it. But I like this boost out, Thomas. That can net quite a bit if he decides to hold it. Instead, he does fall down. We see the side of Honoris edge their way up, looking to execute possibly towards A. Plenty of time to decommit if they really want to. Really comes down to this first frag. If Crucial can start to pop off here, things could look brilliant for the side of ITB to take the 17-16. Honoris are playing this extremely cautiously. They're checking to see if anyone might overextend again. There's been a lot of times they've been able to punish ITB for it. But so far, no one doing just that. Of course, we do see a rotate away. That's huge. An execute starts to come out. They smoke long, and the first shots ring through. Of course, Lunatic finds the first. Rollin falls away. Bolt is a linchpin. He needs to find out a couple. Crucial finds one. Sobel gets a trade. Of course, Volt enters up one for himself. Of course, he'll be traded out into the favor of Honoris. Well, Thomas, playing rather aggressive, looks for a couple of extra shots, putting down the utility to play for these fights. And as the utility is thrown, Taz, on top of the box here, looks like he'll be gunned down there by Cypher. He's able to go ahead and take out the position for himself. Sobel hiding at stairs. Of course, Rico around the corner there at short. Do see Sobel find the first. Rico edges his way up, finds the second, and that will be 18. Honoris able to clean streak their way through the T side. Now just need one more here into the CT to convert it their way and head into the second map with an advantage. Now, we see this running back underway. Initial shots are fired. We do see Sammy getting tagged out first. Just tagged down to 72. He does fall off that angle, not wanting to play aggressive there towards Banana. Opts to play through CT at Flower Pots. This Volt, ooh, gets gunned down by the swinging Lunatic. He's good for 2. That swing is kind of wild. And is able to deal out quite a bit of damage, but he's tagged down rather low himself. He won't be able to reinvest into that fight. He'll opt to go ahead and play off of a teammate, most likely. Right now, we do see how Norris playing this one extremely clinical. They don't necessarily want to overextend. They're just playing for the utility to stall them out and wait for the rotates. Rico does go for an aggressive swing. It doesn't let him too much. It's barely a few taps there. And Rico is going to be able to find out the first one of Thomas. Leaves it down to Crucial and Cypher. Double C's to try and do it. Crucial starts it off. They're playing for survival here. Sammy trying to check for this player so far. I don't know if he knows that he's at Coffins. And well, we do see Cypher make his way out to find a kill. Lunatic there for the trade, though. It's Crucial in a 1v3. Unfortunately for him, he will be finished off. In fact, will be all she wrote. Honoris gonna be able to go ahead, claim 19 for themselves, take map number 1 their way, and send us coming into map number 2 into Overpass. Of course, that's Honoris' map pick coming up next. They're able to solve things rather stellarly there in overtime. Take it 1-0, and now are looking to see if they can do it in 2-0. Of course, Into the Breach, on the other hand, are going to be looking to see if they can send us into map number 3. Of course, if we do head to there, that is Vertigo, and a map that they prefer as well. So certainly, that could be win condition for them. But a disappointing map for them, as they weren't able to close it out when they hit 15. And then they just couldn't pull it out there in overtime either. So certainly going to be interesting to see what they're going to be able to do coming into the next map. Because, well, Honoris, they look to be on a roll. So, folks, we have a little bit of a break. Of course, we do have about 10 to 15 minutes in between maps. So, folks, don't go anywhere. We will be back right after a quick word from our sponsors and some music. So see you guys soon.
Very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move. One push. One touch. One love. One click. One X-bet.
Win up to $1 million with your CSGO esports predictions. Simply guess the kill scores of the 10 players in a CSGO match. The more you guess correctly, the bigger the prize. You'll need at least 2 correct predictions to win a prize. Guess all 10 correct and win $1 million. Experience the exciting new way to add a little prosperity when watching esports tournaments. And register now to receive a free entry ticket upon sign-up. Predict kills, win millions, prosper.
Are you sick of just
The hunger for glory feeds the desire, the courage to look for a challenge, to feed your ambitions. To reach for greatness. To become the champion of champions.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, welcome on back. Of course, we're going to be heading into map number 2 in just a few moments' time. Of course, we have Overpass coming up next. That's the pick of Honoris, and currently, they are up 1-0. They're sitting in a nice position to go ahead and look to push it a little bit farther over the edge of the line to go ahead and hit that 2-0 position. But of course, into the breach, going to be fighting for survival to try and hit that 3-0 status as they want to go ahead and bring this 1-1. Of course, third map, if we do go to it, will be Vertigo. Both these teams should be looking to fire on all cylinders if we do head to that. But Honoris, they have a ton of momentum. They were able to run through OT there in map number 1 in a rather quick fashion, going 4-0 there right at the end, close things out. So certainly they're going to be looking to try and do the same once again. Of course, only time you can tell if they're going to be able to do that here on Overpass, and certainly it should be rather interesting. But my God, we saw some massive plays coming out of these players. We saw Rollin really trying to carry through the side of Into the Breach in these situations. He was able to find himself an ace in the rounds, as well as put out a couple of nice little clutches for himself. But there at the end, it just felt like him and the rest of the team, they couldn't be up to scratch to go ahead and defend their sights up against Honoris. Of course, one thing to note that I thought was a huge problem for them is they tried to play for all this aggression coming through Banana that just really wasn't panning out for them. They kept taking these fights time and time again and still attempting at round after round, and it wasn't winning it for them. There were a few times where it did click and they were able to go ahead and shut it down in a massive way, but that was neither here nor there. It was every other round, it felt like. So certainly they're going to be looking to try and change things up as they do head into the map pick of the Overpass. Well, Honoris are going to be looking to get things rolling as we do head into it in just a moment's time. Of course, here we are once again. Honoris looking to try and put another map on the board to go ahead and do this in a 2-0 fashion. Meanwhile, Into the Breach, starting off on the CT side here of Overpass, going to be looking to try and take us into a 1-1 series to push us into map number 3. Of course, only time you can tell if they're going to be able to do it successfully because, well, Honoris, they're feeling quite nice with a lot of momentum. Begin with here, we're going to start to see them make that aggression coming out towards Fountain. It's going to be a pop out towards A. They could be doing it, looking to do it in a rather quick fashion. That seems to be the name of the game. Running up through short extremely quickly. Only 2 players to fight them back. Of course, one's all the way down in heaven. While they got to find Roland out towards sight. He's sitting towards Bank. He'll be able to find out the first. Finds out Taz. Puts the first one on the board, bring it down to a 45. The retake going to be rather profitable for them if they don't lose a man here. And it's crucial. Finds out Sammy through the smoke. That's a massive frag. They're going to be looking to retake now. Here we go. Double, go and start things off. Gets off a couple of shots. Doesn't connect up for all too much. Looking for that first frag. He needs to isolate these fights. Still, with ITB making their way forward. Lunatic and Rico are less than standing. Of course, Lunatic finds one, finds another. Good for 2. Rico, good for another. Looks for a 2, but unfortunately, Thomas takes off his head. That'll be ITB starting off strong here on Overpass. Able to put a first on the board and get things rolling in a good light. Now, of course, as we do head into the next round, we do see Honoris buying up pretty much here. They've got the Khalils to work with, of course. Sammy, it looks like he'll save up. Nah, he'll buy up as well. I thought for a second there he could be looking to save for up coming up into the next few rounds. Well, Honoris. They could be able to go ahead and convert this one. They do have a rather convincing buy to do it with. Of course, they're facing up against the A4s and A1Ss. So far, it's going to be rather slowly played, but, oh, Taz. Let me be able to find out the back of Crucial. That's a massive first picked gain if you are Honoris. So they're edging their way around the map. They have a bit of presence over towards B with a lot going towards short. And bathrooms here at A. They're not necessarily overly committed to it just yet. They can very easily rotate down through a connector. That seems to be the name of the game. Fortunately, one player here to take fight. That's Cypher. He's got to come up in a huge way. Well, Zobel finds the first. Cypher falls. Not able to find any impact into the round, leaving Thomas, Volt, and Rollin. Maybe attempted this. And while this is a hard-fought battle, they do want to go for it. We'll see Thomas edge his way down. It seems like he'll opt to back off. And yep, save call going to be made. Honoris able to do it in a flawless way. The Galils do the trick. And that'll be all 1-1. Tied up once again. Nicely done there by Honoris. They don't let the pistol round get them down. Go ahead and tie things up. Rollin and Co just not able to play for that retake there in a 5v3. It's just not too fashionable. Just trying to save over what they can at this point to have those extra rifles into the next round. Of course, Honoris will most likely bonus up these these not A1Ss, but Galils rather. They don't have any upgraded AKs or A4s to use here. So this next round is going to be rather hard fought to begin with. And while it'll be interesting to see if these A4s and A1Ss at the side of into the breach are going to be able to do the damage. If they do, they could be able to take this their way and start breaking the tie back into their favor and look to regain momentum and possibly break the economy of Honoris while they're at it. Of course, they'll need 2 rounds to do it. There should be a buyout of Honoris regardless into the next. But this is going to be played out rather interestingly. As we do see an MP9 and a 5.7 bought up. So full investment for ITB. As they make the attempt to go ahead and try and put this at 2-1 in their favor. Of course, they do stack up, playing a lot of aggression over there towards that A side. But Honoris are making their way down towards B. Of course, Cypher able to find out 1. This time able to activate a little bit with that 570s tagged all the way down to 4 HP. Forced to decommit. Of course, Honoris haven't been able to find sight just yet. They have space to rotate away, but man, it feels like they're committed. These players from ITB, they're so close up. There's not a chance they're able to bait them. And to think of this isn't the big side, is there? And no, there isn't. They start to commit to these fights. We do see Cypher go up to try and find out a little bit of information, but his head gets taken off instead. Taz being eliminated there by Rollin. Rollin comes up to 2. Thomas there for the other, leaves it into the hands of Sobel. And just like that, that's well played by ITB. They'll We look for 2-1. Could be able to convert this, but unfortunately for him, Crucial takes off his head. Sobel doesn't have a chance into it, and that'll be 2-1 ITB. That's a massive round for them. Of course, Honoris, they do have a bye to play with. Man, oh man. ITB, they're so far keeping this nice and even, but I think we could see a tie here in just a moment's time again, as we do see Honoris on the full AK buyout to play with. Now, as initial utility is played, they will be able to push Cypher out of possession. He was playing over there in party to try and deal out the damage. Unfortunately, he is forced to fall back into short and bathrooms. Not able to fully commit to frags there. But certainly good damage being done regardless. Sammy and Taz. All the way down to the high 50s, high 40s now. Things are looking a little bit rough for them, but we'll see if they can start to pull it through. And, ooh, Crucial. Does he go for a swing here? Did they see the barrel of his rifle? I'm not sure. And, oh, there we go. Doesn't seem like they did. Crucial, of course, is able to find out that first on the Rico. And that's going to be the opener. The pick is made, and he'll look to play a little bit more aggressive, playing behind bracket now. Looks like Roland wants to join him to play behind the smoke. Well, as shots ring out, Roland fires off a couple, not able to connect up, though. Might think he's the only one here, and as he plays up that wall, we'll see Crucial swing through, finding two. Of course, Sobel finds out one for himself, while Thomas finds the other, and Thomas doubles it up to clean it up, putting a third on the board. In ITB, gone ahead and break the economy of Honoris with that one. They're going to be able to take themselves a little bit of a lead here on the CT side. Now, of course, with that round taken up and Honoris being broken, ITB going to be looking to put themselves at 4-1. Of course, they're going to be looking to edge their way out, coming over towards that B site here for Honoris. It looks like this could be a pop out. Play quick, play brazen. Try and deal the damage that they need. Well, as the spray comes through, Cypher's going to be able to net some damage, but triggers the assault as well. Still, Bolt's good for a 4K. Crucial finds the other in a very nice little spray down there. Puts a fourth on the board for ITB. That's what's to be a bit expected, but still, they made an attempt at getting bombed down. It just didn't work out too well for them to shut down as they rushed down Monster before they had the chance to even touch site. We see 4-1, and now, of course, we're going to be seeing Honoris with a full buy. This is where things could start to come to a head if you are them. You could be seeing them go ahead and put themselves at 2, possibly to go ahead and take a spree of rounds to tie things up once again, but we'll see if that's all too possible, because ITB, they seem to have things together here in their defense. Their defense here looks a lot stronger than it was on the previous map. But let's see if they can keep that going, or if status quo from the previous one, it will be reasserted for Honoris. I suppose something to know is this is a bit of a CT side map. It's just slightly, though. It's like a 53% to 47 there. Well, you see Honoris start to edge their way out. Sobel able to find himself an advantageous pick there. Find the first. That's a big opener, allowing them to maybe make some more moves. Well, as we see these players playing forward, it looks like Honoris are going to be the one to make the way towards B. Of course, Bomb's postured up for it there. towards Monster. It does rotate back towards T. They're not necessarily committed to it, but it does seem like they're going to start to make the rush out of construction. Volt could be the one to shut down completely, but unfortunately for him, Rico and Taz are just too quick for it, fighting out him and Thomas, leaving Crucial and Rollin alone in a 2v5, and it's just not doable. Well, we do see Honoris taking up the T side in a nice way. They're going to be able to go ahead and put it 4-2. Half the scoreline of ITB, but this is very quick to possibly come back. Of course, there's another rifle round inbound here by ITB. Same go with these rifles to go and make this going to be even more convincing. Should have it all to play with as well in Crucial's hands coming into this next. Drop over that AK into someone else's hands. Well, as it's 4-2, we're going to see that up come out and a full buy-up ensue. This is a fairly important round. ITB could have their economy broken, not this round, but into the next. And Honoris could be able to start to bring things back. Look for a tie into round 8, possibly. This round is going to be critical for it, though. We'll see what they got. So far, this game's been incredibly back and forth. No one able to really gain themselves a massive advantage. Well, it's Noble with that aggressive swing, finding one and a second. Things look more convincing here for Honoris. Still, Thomas firing on all cylinders, finds out one for himself, rotates around to play around the smoke to try and find out another, but opts to play in water. But let's see. The edge of the smoke can be certainly a brutal one. He's forced forward by Molotov. Taz takes off his head. And Crucial and Rollin are going to be forced to save. And well, with Honoris putting themselves at 3, the tie game is looking almost inevitable at this situation. ITB's economy should allow them to have a bit of a partial buy into the next, if not a full investment. Well, they'll certainly look to buy up around this A4 as well as that AWP into this next one. Yep, they have the money for it. But Honoris are now just within 1. They could be looking at this tie here and now. Of course, ITB calling for a timeout here. In the beginning, their CT side was looking to be a little bit stronger than it was there previously, but feels like they're still falling to those same plays. Honoris are having some nice little hero swings to find out kills, and doesn't feel like ITB's been able to react to some of them. It's been a rough state to be in. But certainly they'll be looking to come back from that here in just a moment's time. Now as they get back into it. Shots gonna ring through, and oh, Rico gonna be cut out first through the smoke. Thomas able to find himself an advantageous kill. Well, we'll see them try and respond back with frags of their own, but so far nothing to be connected up with through the smoke. Horace playing extremely cautiously now that they've lost the initial pick. They're not able to find any aggression just yet, but it does seem like they want to head towards B. Looks like it's going to be a bit of a split approach. 2 through construction, 2 through monster. And oh, Cypher. Oh, so low now. He's tagged down just within inches of his life. But oh, Rollin. Oh, I thought for sure he was going to be able to find out the back of someone, but Taz checks for it, finds the kill there at the right timing. And Bolt goes for a swing, finds 1, finds 2, brings it all down to Lunatic as Sammy. And this Lunatic is all alone with the up in hand, 1v4. It's just not too attemptable. And ITB could be able to keep the lead. They could deny the tied game. And Honoris, they'll be all in a deficit once again as they look for another bye into the 9th round. Now, of course, as we roll back underway with ITB, around there, they've got a lead of 2, and they're going to be looking to try and use that to their advantage, possibly put them in 6 and possibly 7 if they can re-break the economy of Honoris. Certainly possible here and now. Well, as an incredibly important round comes underway, they're going to go ahead and toss out some utility, get off some damage on the Sammy to begin things off, of course. Fortunately, those nade stack that they were hoping to pan out for some damage doesn't work out too terribly well for them. And Sobel gonna be gunned down there initially by Vault. Of course, the advantage goes back the way of ITB. It seems that Honors are rather stalled out. They're going to fall back, coming up through stairs. Possibly will rotate back to A. They had a lot of success there towards B in the early game, but since then, ITB has been able to shut it down. Oh, let's see, edge their way up through shorts. Could start to edge their way into bathrooms as well. Crucial. Gonna need to play a clinical role here with the up. Playing on top of garbage for the time being. Could get caught out there after he finds out one, but being played out very slowly and overall. And this is huge. He finds out the back of 2, finds out Rico, finds out Lunatic. Just like that, Taz and Sammy, the last 2 men standing, and quickly finishes off as well. There we go, Rollin. Nice slow cleanup there. 3K to his name, puts a 6 on the board. It puts that 6-3 with Honoris being denied yet another round. And now their economy in tatters. Of course, with ITB successfully winning out that one. We do see Honoris with a little bit of a force up. They get a Mac 10 and Galil to play with. It looks like they're going full invest here. But they drop this round, but they convert it. Things could look good for their economy to go be on the up and up, but if they drop it, well, they're broke for another round, and that's going to be ITB most likely hitting 8. Anyways, the shots ring through. Bolt finds the kill to find 1, 2, 3. Very well played. Gets a nice little triple, leaving Taz and Sammy as last 2 men standing. The tense in the round looks lower and lower as Rolling guns down Taz, leaving Sammy all alone to find out 1, but be finished off by Cypher. Just like that, ITB keep things under wraps and bring it within 1 of converting the half successfully here on the CT side. Now, Volt, Lunatic find out one each. Cypher finds the other. Crucial good for a frag, and just like that, they're all shut down. ITB shut down gets another round from Honoris. And just like that, they convert the half successfully. Of course, Honoris are going to be looking to try and come on the up and up here. They have the full rifle round to play with, up in the hand for Sammy, AK for the rest. Well, if they drop this round, ITB are going to be liable to hit double digits here early on. Now, as Lunatic finds a kill, Taz finds the other, trades it down to a 3v5, the advantage. Goes the way of Honoris. Well, as Rollin plays around the gate there, he's able to find out one, but Sammy quickly takes him away, leaving Fultz and Cypher alone. And man, oh man, this round could be in tatters for them, but it's just brought down to a 2v3. Fultz finds a kill here, he could be good, but Sammy watching the angle finishes it off with Rico finding the other. Well, as we get into a rather heated round here, ITB, they want to hit 9. Honoris are looking to hit 5. Well, the shots ring out. Bolt finds out the first on the Sobel. Man advantage going to be found out initially there by the Brits. And now, we're going to be looking to try and continue that forward. I saw Norris was trying to stack up over here towards B once again. Well, Honoris, they look to edge their way back from B. Not committing there. It's going to be a smart play. They're going to start to run it up through long. There are 2 players to deal with for the most part. Of course, Rollin coming up through Con as well. Could be able to get information here in a moment's time. But it's not necessarily overly committed just yet. They've got to start to make a move, though. They'll tick down below 30. They're going to need to start to explode out. They can't afford for this to be played too slowly. Well, crucial. Ooh, timing, a little bit rough. Is able to find out one, though. Peeks through to find one from Bank. Of course, Thomas on site fights for another. Taz falls, finds 2, leaves him down for a 3rd, and just like that, ITB hit 9. Now within 1 of double digits and hitting 10, possibly 5 at the end of the half here as we get to round 14. Now, crucial. Playing quick there is able to find out the first. Puts it down into a 45 with more shots ringing out. Well, they edge their way up. We see Taz find the first. Sammy, good for a brag as well, though. Puts it down to a 4v3. Advantage is going the way on Norris. They could be able to claim up a little bit more, but Volts, shots, but Taz very quickly takes off the head. Crucial. Volt, now a bit of a linchpin. He's got to play for 2 here. Baits out the shot of 1, gets the informational stamina, goes for the swing. Well played by him, but unfortunately, Sobel forces him off the angle and the flash comes out, looking for more. Volt goes for a frag, but Rico takes off his head, leaving Cypher alone. Cypher finds 1, looking for 2, will be able to do it successfully, and that will be 10. ITB hit double digits. Now, as utility is thrown, we do see them looking to make a move. Crucial finds the first. Limiting Taz early on, putting it down to a 485, of course. Oh, Thomas, I like this boost. He plays it smart, but oh, maybe jumping there, not the right decision, but hey, Volt still able to find a double as Rico gets that trade. Of course, Cypher good for 1 as well. Catches out Sobel with the smoke, and that will be 11-4. ITB a demanding lead here in half number 1. Looking to send us into half number 2 in just a moment's time, and possibly map number 3 as well. So, folks, we'll be back in just a moment. Alrighty, folks, here we go once again. 11-4 on the board, with ITB leading by quite a few. Honoris just couldn't seem to get things rolling there on their T side. Of course, they're going to be looking to try and do it on their CT. ITB looking much more put together than they were in map number 1. They had a couple of issues there on the CT side of Inferno, but they don't seem to have it there on Overpass, as they were able to shut it down quite convincingly. But now, looking to see what they can do here on the T side against Honoris. Of course, it was decently slowly played here in the beginning. They're necessarily not overcommitting, but Sobel gets that information. I think that's going to force them forward. And yep, they'll start to play for the information, popping up a couple of shots. Nothing being connected just yet. They deploy the utility, trying to pull players out of position. Smoke to react to it. Keeps him on the lane, but unfortunately, it doesn't work out too long. Of course, Taz, Rico able to find a frag each. After Cypher found out 1, Thomas finds the frag as well, keeping it down to even. Rollin gets the 1 as well, but Taz there to refrag it back. Looks for more. Rollin falls. Cypher last alive. Deals out with Rico, leaving Taz alone. Taz takes the fight rather brazenly, but won't be able to find the head, and very nicely done. Crucial for the clutch up. Finds a 12th for onto the breach. Well, ITB sitting quite comfortably now here on their T side. They could be able to go ahead and hit 13 as well. There is a force up by Honoris. They're looking for a possible conversion here, if not just a bit of damage. And well, as we see some movement coming out from FORZE. Oh, Taz. Bit unfortunate. He'll be eliminated there. Still Sobel able to go ahead and react back. Finds a tag and a frag onto one, eliminating Taz. We get down into a 4v3, a 4v4. The advantage going the way of Honoris for the time being, just due to Rollins' HP being ever so low at 3. Then enters his life, and we'll see a decommit from ITB looking to rotate back over towards this B side. Of course, Lunatic is here. Take this fight. Well, his utility is played out. Oh, never mind. I thought he was going to go ahead and flash it. Look for a swing. Well, he just swings wildly to work with it anyway. All right, Lunatic. Well, able to find out 3. A massive play by him. Leaves Volt all alone and in a 1v3. This is rather desperate all of a sudden. Well, Sobel, gonna be able to find him out. Well played, Lunatic. Well done. Certainly clinching up the round with that 3K with a 5-7. Even though I really don't think he had a right in winning that. But hey, well played, well played. Now, we'll get back underway. Deagle's 5-7s to use. A bit of a difficult round to play for. And oi! I like the attempt at the shot there by Cypher, but Lunatic quickly guns him down with the A1S. Funny initial pick while Rico controls Water and Khan. Thomas does look to try and take that fight with him, but so far neither one of them committing towards that bout. It looks like this is going to be heading through Monster. I expect it to be a bit of a pop-out. They're going to want to play quickly with it once they get towards sight. And as they edge their way out, they're going to start to make a move. Shots ring through. Rico finding the first, goes for a bit of a swing. Doesn't work out for another frag. Good damage comes out, though. And well, as Lunatic is able to gun down one Taz for the other, Sammy finishes off with a scalp to claim 6 for Honoris. And they're about to get a bit of a streak going while ITB are reset once again. Now, no money to work with into this round. We're looking towards round 20 for the full buy for ITB. And that's where they could find 13. But until then, Honoris will be looking to try and make that momentum move in their favor. No. They push their way forward. It's an all-out rush. It's a clock push. Looking to go over towards the safe side. They could be able to find plans if they play their cards right. Of course, they're going to find out Sammy, maybe? No. Sobel saves his life. Rico comes up from the back line, and Sobel's there to finish him. It looked like Sammy could have been finished off there, but he survives at 8 HP regardless. Putting a 7th on the board, and now full rifle round to come out of Into the Breach. And this is where they have to get things going. If they don't, things are going to start to spiral out of control. Honoris could start to really close the gap here in a moment. They've already hit 7, hitting 8, 9, and possibly 10. Picking up 3 more rounds would be absolutely massive for them in order to go ahead and bring it to a tie. But this round's got to come underway first, and Into the Breach still have their cards to show. So as we see them split out just for a little bit, it looks like they'll start to look for initial pressure to be gained as well. It's maybe a pick. They can find Sammy. That'd be a massive one to start with, but of course, goes the other way with Sammy eliminating Rollin there for the first. Ooh. Bolt. Able to start things off. Good little trade there after Sammy had a frag. well, let's make their move forward. It looks like there's going to be an assault over towards A. They put down some utility that forces them back. Oh, Sammy. Rotating away. This is a mistake. But Taz, he's going to be able to get the information here in a moment. If they don't check for him coming through bathrooms, he could be able to come up in a massive light. He starts to get information, and here's the movement. Of course, he's going to edge his way farther up bathroom. Spots out one, eliminates Crucial, picks up an AK, swings through, finds two. Of course, Cypher was good for a frag as well there on Sammy, but Taz coming up, gunning him down, brings it all down to Cypher. Cypher's got 1v2 already, goes for another swing, but unfortunately, Taz, playing with a flash, finds the frag and puts an 8 on the board, and well played by Honoris. That is such a crucial play there. Taz, absolutely massive. Are able to reset the economy of ITB once again. Honoris, they're looking for 9 now. They're going to bring this closer and closer to a tied game. It's starting to smell like it. Well, as Solo comes up in a big way, he guns down 2. Leaving Crucial, Volts, and Rollin as the last 3 left alive. Sobel, I'm not sure how you got away in that situation. But he does get gunned down eventually. Still, Rico there to find another. Leaves it all down to Crucial and Rollin. Well, Lunatic. Ooh. What do you got here? Let's find out the frag. Sammy's there for the other. And just like that, 9 on the board. Honoris, 1 within 10. This could be double digits hit. Well, Into the Breach's lead is just falling away dramatically here on the T side. Of course, another rifle rounds to boot. So this is where Into the Breach could be able to get it going once again, but they can't really afford not to. Allowing Honoris to hit 10 and possibly 11 as well. Would be them hitting really critical mass, possibly waiting for an implosion. Now, of course, as they make their way forward, looks like ITB want to edge their way over towards A. They're not overly committed just yet. They could be able to rotate through Con extremely quickly. A player they need to be wary of that they don't know about just yet is definitely Sobel. He's holding back, not showing his cards just yet. He could be the one to shut things down, but they're going to look to check for him. Ooh, he could be able to come out with 1 here. And, oh no! Moving forward, he's going to be finished on by Brawl, Sammy reacts, finds a kill. Crucial going to realize that there's the other offer here. Oh, bit of a bounce of ups, both whiffing. Leaves it down into a 3v4. The advantage going the way of ITB. Now, Sammy edging his way around. Looks for the frag, baits the shot. Crucial, well played. Finds the kill onto Sammy, leaving Rico and Lunatic all alone in a 2v4. Looks like Honoris's aggression and momentum here in this half may be stopped in its tracks as ITB are now looking at 13. Oh, Lunatic, what you doing? I think you want to go for a bit of a ninja, but unfortunately, Thomas waiting on him. Guns him down. And puts it at 13. There we go. Huge rifle round there for the ITB side. Of course, Honoris now looking at another rifle round. They do want to try and put 10 on the board here and now. ITB, they're edging their way closer and closer to map point, looking to send us on into map number 3, but only time can tell if that's going to be the case. Ooh. Dammy. It will start things off here on the CG side right here for the round. Of course, their economy is on the edge of being broken if you are the side of Honoris. This could be catastrophic for them, allowing ITB to possibly get 14-15 off the back of a win here. But with Sammy finding out that first ride, they start to bring things back under wraps their way. Still, a ways to go before it's solidified. Well, as they edge their way out, Lunatic will start to react, puts down a smoke. Uh-oh. He is able to duck back as Taz finds the kill. Swings through, lugs for one. It is labor for him, and Rico are able to gun down another, leaving Crucial and Rollin all alone. 2v5, and things seem to be in a desperate state here for ITV. This is a round they desperately wanted to win. But Rico can't seem to find the frags. Neither can Crucial, and they're going back off quickly. Of course, they do decommit for the time being. Rollin, he's going to continue to wait in waters. Well, it's Crucial. Waits around as well. They're going to recommit to be here in just a second. They have to. If they're going for it. It could be a save call made here, as it is a 2v5 for take. They know the B-side shut down for business. That seems to be the name of the game. Save calls made. Honoris. They're going to hit 10, and they're going to survive the breaking and build up their economy once again, putting themselves within 3 of a tied game. Hitting double digits and sitting in a much more comfortable position once again. Now, as we get back underway, it's a full rifle round. ITB. They want to go ahead and find themselves the round, but so far, Crucial being cut out there. Things begin to look in a dire light already, and oh, Volt! Falcons gunned down. Tagged out with 73 is not too terribly much. Well, this is slowly played. ITB still have yet to commit towards the site. They could definitely rotate upward con to go towards A. They have a player all the way towards bathrooms. Could play for a bit of aggression here to maybe find that initial pick. Well, Sobel is able to gun down one, Volts and Rollin. Now all that remain, and well, looks like save call is going to be made once again, and this is looking like an 11th for Honoris, as they yet again have a flawless round to their name. Yeah, there it is. Honoris at 11. Now looking for 2 more for the tie. Now, as we get back into it after a brief pause, we do see Tech 9's Deagles and an AK to use for the side of Into the Breach. They do force up here. For the most part, it's kind of a half buy. They should be able to buy up a little bit of something into the next round. They do see some full investment coming out of Rollin and Vaults. Rather, not full investment, but save from the previous, so their economy's in tatters. But there should be something to work with into this next round. Of course, they can convert this into their 14th. Things could be looking good, but of course, really, the critical round is going to be round 26 here. If Honoris hit 12, full buy rounds coming up next. And that's going to be where they look to fight for the tie and keep it into their favor. We're starting to bring things back. And of course, initial trades to be made. We do see Cypher finding one. Double was good for the other. Of course, he has refragged out the advantage. Being equalized. Oh, Sammy. Tacked down ever so low. He's going to opt to play for this fight here. They don't realize that he's doubled back, though. He'll be able to exploit that into his name, but so far things are looking a little bit rough. Now, of course, we see Cypher pushing his way up. He's able to get deep on the A site here, actually. It's going to be massive. He's got to deal with Taz. Taz is definitely linchpin. He's edging his way up. Fights, and oh, Cypher catches him out and leaves it down into a 3v4. And just like that, ITB are going to start to pop out onto the A site. And this is where they could be out of game 14. They could be denying 12 here outright for Honoris. Yeah, no retake to come through. Well played, ITB. Able to catch out the first two picks. And then he played it slowly to get onto site to go ahead and find plants. Well done. Now, of course, with ITB getting 14 there, they keep the advantage of 3 rounds. And Honoris keep closing the gap, but they just can't seem to solidify them being within 1 and a tie. Well, it's a rough place to be in. Now, of course, ITB, they're looking for 15 here. The full rifle round by both squads. There'll be another buy up to come out of Honoris into the next team if they drop this one as well. But that's going to be ITB on map point, looking to send us on into map number 3. Of course, as they edge their way up slowly. And through bathrooms here. Well, Sammy, you gotta watch for it. Be careful. And well, it's Rollin finds kill. Sammy able to sing out for 2. Eliminates Cypher and Thomas, but crucial there for the trade. Brings it down to a 3v3. Taz looks to respond. Looks for one, but unfortunately has his head taken off by Crucial. Leaving Rico and Lunatic all alone. Maybe reacting too quickly on his lonesome. Bit of a mistake there for Taz, of course. Rico, edging his way up through Bank. He needs to find out the first. He can isolate these fights here. Possibly find out the back of the head. Crucial if he plays his cards right. Well, it's shots ring out. Rico finds one. Able to find the back of the head of Crucial. Looks for more. We do see Rollin take a fight. Wins it out. There's Rico for the trade. Knows where the last player is. Knows he needs to bring out the duel and grabs it. He's got a kid as well. This could be a defuse. This is close, but he's got it. And Honoris secure themselves 12 instead of ITB. hitting map point. Now, of course, as we roll back into it. We'll see ITB playing this one with the utmost caution. They watched Fountain to see if any early aggression would come out, but none was displayed. They'll rotate quickly to play over towards B. Of course, a bit of a mistake there. Lunatic guns down the first. Him and his teammate playing for fight here at Monster instead of waiting passively on site. And so far, it's working out very nicely. First flip, crucial. Ooh, left finger shot there. Might be able to find out one. Let's see. Oi, there it is. Well, that's kind of waiting there was a mistake. Go get hit through the wall for the equalizer. Well, as Rico finds himself a kill. Volt edging his way out of construction will be eliminated. Of course, Rico falls off the angle, looking to take up a different one as Lunatic holds above the smoke, finding a kill. Of course, he looks for another, gonna see that plant's going down, tries to react, finds it as it goes down, and Crucial is left alone, and that will be all she wrote. Honoris, now within one of a tied game. Oh man, Honoris. They've brought it back from the brink of destruction. The last half ended at 11-3, 11-4 rather, sorry. And now with them coming back this far, things are beginning to look rather convincing for them to tie things up and possibly put themselves at map point. And dear, oh dear, this is not the look you were wanting. If you were ITB. You've been so close to taking it your way. But Honoris fighting tooth and nail and brought it back within one of a tie. And the bigger thing is here, if you're looking at Econ as well, ITB, you're about broke. You're stuck down on players with 50, 800 bucks, 150. You got a couple players at 1,000, but Honoris on the other side of the coin, they've got themselves 6,000, 3,000 to play with. They've got plenty of money to buy into round 29 and round 30. And that's what's really is going to start to make the difference. Especially if ITB drop this round. If they go ahead and drop this into round 14 to 14, a tie on the board, things are going to be looking extremely turbulent. This is not where you want to be, but it's all yet to be decided. Barely any damage has been done. Here are the final 30 seconds that hit out towards B. It looks to be coming through. The initial utility is going to be thrown out. Rico and Coco start to respond up with Thomas finding the first on the Lunatic. Lunatic falls. Rico looks for frags. Playing a little bit out in the open. Finds the kill. That's the ball going down. That could be all she wrote. 10 seconds. They need to get bombed. Need to get planted. Just 8 to go. Getting down the last second. And Sobel, he's going to be denied, and no retake looks to be available. For a second there, I didn't know if he had time for plants, but he was able to pull it off there just at the last second. 6 seconds on the clock to find plants, and Volt is there to close it out. Well played, ITB. They put 15 on the board. 0-0. That was as close as it could have been. If they controlled that bomb for a little bit longer, that Honoris were able to deny another, that would have been 14-14. But instead, they're able to grain it up, pick it up, put it down, and put 15 on the board with the final kill coming through towards heaven. And now we're into the final rifle round to decide if this could be going towards overtime, or we're going to be looking at Into the Breach, sending us on in map number 3 of Vertigo. Now, as this is played out rather cautiously, Honoris knows this hangs in the balance. They want to take us back into overtime. This has been a much harder fought map for both these squads. ITB, they had such a large lead to work with. But Honoris have clawed it all the way back into a 15-13 position. 2 rounds are needed for OT. The economy is half decent here for ITB if they do drop this round. But Sammy finds out the first. He puts things in the favor. He's got to be careful with one towards Master. Sobel playing behind the smoke. Finds 2. Nearly finds a 3rd, but the no-scope is there. Crucial and Volt find a kill out each, leaving Rico and Lunatic to play for the retake. And Rico playing on his lone, so finds 1, finds 2, shuts it down as bomb goes down. And as the defuse comes out, Honoris are going to hit 14 successfully with Lunatic finding the defuse.
Bomb has been defused. Counter-terrorists win.
15-14, Honoris. They need 1 round for OT. Into the breach, they need 1 themselves in order to send us into map number 3. Overpass is hanging in the balance. This round decides it all. And as we see it come back underway with full rifles in tow, ITB desperately want to close it out here. Now, initial shots get popped off. Sammy not going to connect up there to begin with. I think he did hit out Cypher. It's just a bit of attack, no frag to be heard. Well, you see Thomas start to push through Monster. There's no one to take fight direct. This is looking like this is going to be a bit of a hit. Players are up so far. Thomas could be looking for the first, but oh, flash off the angle and gunned down through the smoke. He will be shut out by Rico for the initial pick to go the way of Honoris. Sammy, you gotta be careful there. Cypher is currently waiting behind brackets as Rico finds out Rollin, putting it down into a 5v3. There's a miss by Sammy, but he's able to get away rather cleanly at that. Of course, the shots ring through Sobel, finding a kill. Leaves it down to Crucial and Vault. And uh-oh. This is beginning to look a lot like overtime. Vault and Crucial, they need to clutch this up if they want to close it out. And they're split apart, neither playing off the other. And Crucial falls first. Vault's all alone, 1v5. But unfortunately for him, it won't pan out. Sammy goes ahead and it puts it at 15. Overtime secured once again. And ITB just aren't able to close it out. Alrighty, overtime once again. Honoris able to claw it back from the edges of defeat there in the first half. Things were looking to be extremely rough for them. That was 11-4 at the half. But they were able to bring it back all the way to 15-15 to take us into OD. And now we're seeing if ITB can close things out here in overtime, or if Honoris are going to be looking to send us on into a 2-0 streak for themselves. Of course, ITB desperately looking for Vertigo to be that decider, but folks, it all hangs in the balance. This will decide it. Will Honoris move on 3-0, or will Into the Breach push us in to map number 3? The next 6 rounds will start to give us an idea of which it'll be. Of course, as the round gets underway, we're going to start to see a bit of a split come out from ITB. They're going to start to look to take control of both Monster and Fountain here for the time being. A little bit of con control being shown as well. Just looking to see if they can tease away at these players. Of course, Sammy going to pop off a shot. Not going to be able to find out too much there. Crucial aggressives forward after hearing that, making his way towards Fountain. Looking to see if he can find himself an initial fight. Meanwhile, Volt looking to boost up his teammate here. He'll be able to net a little bit. Cypher, you got to hit this jump though, man. There we go. He gets up, looks for the kill, finds it out. Rico falls first. His head taken clean off his shoulders. Leaves it down into a 45 with the advantage going the way of ITB. Of course, Lunatic popping off some shots, tries to connect up, but gets connected up with himself. Right now, Honoris, a lot of damage being costed their way. It's looking to be a bit rough, but hey, so far it's going to be played out rather slowly. No one able to triumph over the other just yet. I like this move out of ITB. They're playing it extremely carefully. They're cautious. They're not overplaying their hand just yet. They're looking to see if any more initial aggression might be shown. Of course, they were able to find out Rico there early on. But since then, they haven't made a move, and it does seem like they're going to start to assert themselves at this B side. Of course, Bomb is prepped up for it as well. As they edge their way out, just 30 seconds on the clock, they're going to make this assault an all-out rush. 3 players to hold them back. Look at that Lunatic at Sammy to play directly towards sight. Sammy with the up. Needs to find out some stuff, but there's Taz for 2. Taz looks good, but they need to find out a bit more if they want to close out. Crucial. Finds out Sammy the Opera. It's gone, but the rest of these players have rotated over. Lunatic finds the kill. The time is limited. We do need to see ITV make a move. Bomb is down. That's all she wrote. The op is out, and there it is from Sobel to clean it up. That will be 16 for Honoris, taking the initial lead here in overtime. With 16 on the board. A little bit late, but better than never, and it's for the opposite side. I was hoping to go ahead and hit 16. ITB are down for 1. Of course, they're going to be looking to go ahead and trying to assert themselves towards either side. Sammy tries to pop off a shot, doesn't get picked up. We're going to see a little bit of initial tagging being done. We'll see Volt catch up a couple of shots there, tag down to 67. Not in a bad state just yet. Taz playing for informations. At least go here that there's 1 towards water. Well, as this utility is played out. Oh, Taz. We'll be able to find out man of Volts early on to give Honoris the initial advantage into the round. Now, you hear the birds chirping. Sammy, wanting a passive angle, looks for the shot, doesn't hit the flick. Goes ahead, backs off pretty quickly, deploys a little bit of utility, looking for that extra damage, doesn't net any. Well, we're going to see them look to make a move, possibly. over here towards A. They got 27 7 seconds to do it with as they move forward. They got to start to pump out. Thomas going to be able to start things off. Finds the first of the out. Puts it down into a 44th man advantage. Going to be traded off to even. But there it is from Sammy and Taz. Starting things off in the right light. Gets traded out. Putting it down into a 2v2. Just 14 seconds now as they make their way up. Rico tries to find one. He's traded out. Leaving it down to Lunatic. Of course, it's 1v2. Edge goes way up. Spots out one. Looks for Thomas. Crucial. They're taking fight as well. It's 2 Alpers to deal with here. Lunatic takes the first bounce, looks for another, here's the shot, moves on to Crucial, looks for another fight, can't seem to find it, there it is from Crucial, the wild swing takes it away, and that will be crucial to put 16-16, all tied up for ITB, denying a 17th away of Honoris. Now, as they start moving once again, Sobel taking up an aggressive position, gets off some tags initially. He will be silenced, not even able to find out one to his name. Sammy, this aggressive position is not going to be looking at enemy. Think in fact he might be found out, but he finds a kill, is eliminated by Cypher. The quick movement coming out of ITB. They changed the pace of this game and it's working out nicely. They find out Taz, leaving Rico and Lunatic to be the last 2 remaining once again. And Lunatic and Rico make their way up. Rico finds a kill. Lunatic tries to find out one, jumps up, spots out a player, but unfortunately in a 1v3, this is looking to be rather rough to do. He does make his way up to bank. He showed his presence there at garbage, but now it's gonna be forced up by the Molotov, and Rollin is there to finish him off. 17-16. ITB take the lead. Only 1 netted for Honoris there in the first, but of course coming into the second half of overtime, we're gonna be looking to see if ITB can shut it down and send us on into map number 3. Or if Honoris are going to be able to come back into this. And that's 3 rounds in a row. Now, as they make their way up, it seems that ITB are going to be looking to try and shut this down. They want 18-19. They need 2. And Thomas is able to start off strong, finding out Rico there initially through the wall. That first pick is going to be critical for them. But of course, Honoris are going to be playing this out just as slowly as ITB were there in the beginning. Now, crucial. Playing up in bathrooms with an up. We do see these players starting to edge their way forward. It looks like this is going to be heading towards A. It's been a really silent round here for Honoris here in the beginning. Not making too many crucial plays just yet, but that one. Dear God, Sobel. Or Sobel. Absolutely massive swing. Finds out the opera, puts it down into a 44. Of course, there's still Rollin with the op to deal with. As he's smoked up, he's going to be forced forward. Thomas, played with an A-S. Can't exactly play truck just yet, but a small top fades, he'll be able to start himself into the situation. But unfortunately for him, Sobel there to take off his head. Cypher trades him back. The Taz, but Lunatic there for the refract. Stick with Bolt and Rollin. Sobel finds the kill. Rollin falls. Bolt alone, 1v3, but is finished off by Sammy nonetheless. The op singing out to put it 7-17. Just like that, tie is on the board. And Honoris are now looking to do it within 2. Both these teams need 2. If both teams win 1 round, we're looking to go to double OT. And this is a much closer OT than the previous maps. Well, Sammy, nice little 4-man stack going to work out to find out that first pick. Well played there by Honoris to get it rolling. They find out Cypher super early on with a mischievous little pick. to put it down into a 485. Of course, there's a lot of control coming out here from Volts. He's going to be able to go ahead and start to exercise that a bit more as well to eliminate Sobel there, putting it down into a 484, keeping it nice and even. But Rico and Co, they start to make their way up. Rico and Lunatic, they've been playing as a duo, and so far, it's not worked out in this round. We do see Volts shut him down in a quick way, finding out a quick double spray down, leaving Sammy and Taz all alone. Sammy's tagged out, and eliminates Taz as well, close to death as well. And this is looking like 18 for ITB. Into the breach, gonna be able to secure it. And map point to hit once again, but can they close it out here, or will this be heading to double OT? Once again, a round to decide it all. Double OT or map 3. Which will it be? ITB certainly wanted to go to map number 3, and well, as into the breach. Look to play with some aggressive control. Oh, Lunatic, how do you find that? Oh, the timing, just too good. Eliminates Bolt there, putting it down until 45. The advantage, once again, going the way of Honoris, but there's still some tags going the opposite way, putting Taz down to 54 and Rico to 79. So certainly ITB still trying to keep this nice and convincing, but we'll see it played out rather slowly and carefully. Well, oh, crucial. Oh, no. Oh, dear Lord. Spots him out. That's one. I'm sure you saw the second as well. That's going to force Honoris into a fight. And Rollin, he's playing up from garbage to the up. Looks for the first. Unfortunately, he's forced off, not able to net anything. He's going to fall his way back, put down some utility. Ooh, could be able to deny bomb with that, but isn't able to do so. Thomas finds a kill. Crucial finds a kill as well. Leaves it down to Lunatic and Sobel, the last 2 men standing. 2v3 to deal with. Oh, here the retake shots ring through. We see Thomas find the first. Leaving it all down to Sobel. Sobel 1v3. Ooh, spots out one. Gets it going. Of course, the defuse already coming through. Cypher, I think he's just going to hold it. That's going to work. That's going to be all she wrote. That's map number 2 going the way of ITB. It's just like that. Vertigo is on the docket. That is coming up in just a few moments. ITB barely forced their way onto map number 3. That was as close as it could have been. It certainly was looking like that could have gone the way of Honoris there to close it out, doing a 2-0 streak. It was looking like double overtime could have been on the docket, but all shut down for us to go on to Vertigo to see who's going to be able to take this in a 3-0 series. So, of course, both these teams are 2-0 here in the group stage. They're looking for one more to move into playoffs, and this map will determine who will be able to do so. Of course, there is a little bit of a break in between now and then there, folks. So we'll be back in about 5-10 minutes time. So don't go anywhere, because map number 3 will be upon us in just a few moments.
A very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move. One push. One touch. One love. One click. One X-bet.
Win up to $1 million with your CSGO esports predictions. Simply guess the kill scores of the 10 players in a CSGO match. The more you guess correctly, the bigger the prize. You'll need at least 2 correct predictions to win a prize. Guess all 10 correct and win $1 million. Experience the exciting new way to add a little prosperity when watching esports tournaments. And register now to receive a free entry ticket upon sign-up. Predict kills, win millions, prosper.
Tired of boring case openings? Do you always get only cheap skins? The Hellcase website has tons of options to upgrade your inventory. It's up to you to participate in giveaways, events, or compete with other players in opening cases. Hellcase, your world of expensive skins.
The hunger for glory feeds the desire, the courage to look for a challenge, to feed your ambitions. To reach for greatness. To become the the champion of champions.
Alrighty, folks, welcome on back. We're going to be looking to get into map number 3 of Vertigo here in just a few moments' time. Of course, we saw Into the Breach triumph there in overtime to secure themselves here into map number 3. Of course, we were looking to see if Honoris were able to do that in a clean to a streak, but they just weren't able to pull it out there. And now, we're looking to see if they're going to be able to do it here into Vertigo. Of course, Into the Breach up in the air as well, looking to try and secure themselves at 3-0 stats here in the group stage to move on into the playoffs and be the first team to do so here in CCT South Europe Series 3, so it is a rather important one. Of course, we're looking to see who they're going to be playing up against coming up into the future, but that'll be coming up into March 4th. So, very long way away before they get into playoffs, but of course, this one decides who's going to be heading there and who has to drop back on down in that 2-1 set and going to be looking to try and make their way forward, playing up against other teams into the future. Of course, it is a longer road ahead of them if they do that, so certainly both these teams going to be playing all out here on Vertigo. Of course, if we're going to quickly talk about the final statistics for this map, we do see Into the Breach being rather comfortable here. They do have a 69% win rate, sitting at 13 maps. Meanwhile, Honoris, they played it quite a bit more at 19 maps over the past 3 months. We do see a 37% win rate for them. So they play it quite often, but they might not be as comfortable on it as they would like to be. So certainly, they're going to be looking to try and improve that, and they should be able to prove themselves here to see if they really do deserve to be at that 3-0 spot. Of course, only time can tell who's going to be able to take it, and it should be a rather hot one in between these two squads, because, well, Vertigo should be getting underway here in just a few moments' time. Of course, it's been an overly exciting match in between both these teams. The first map was taking for Honoris in overtime 19-15, so they were able to cleanly do it there at the end. And then Overpass was taking the wave Into the Breach at 19-17. Those overtimes have been extremely hard fought out, both squads. The last one could have gone either way. It was really looking like Honoris could have been able to do it, but the timing just wasn't right for some of those frags. It really cost them. So certainly they're going to be looking to improve that coming up here into Vertigo, and well, it should be a rather fun one out of both these squads, but only time can tell who's going to be able to go ahead and take that 3-0 status for themselves. But chat, of course, there's still a bit of time before we do get in the map, but now that we've broken things back down for you guys here to see what Vertigo could be looking like, we'll be getting into it in just a few. So folks, don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a moment, and we'll be ready for map number 3 to get underway in just a few minutes time. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, here we go once again. This was done off stream, but the ninth round was won out by Honoris, allowing them to start off here on the CT side. Into the breach, going to be starting off on the T, and a bit of a mid-stack to start us off. This is interesting. They're going to be playing so they can swing on to B rather quickly. Rico will get that information in just a moment's time. As he fires off shots, he finds on the bomb. That's a massive frag to find. He's eliminated the player that was carrying that over, and just like that, everything's been stalled out. Sobel able to find on frag as well, leaves it down to Roland and Bolt, and his Bolt is now last man standing. Oh, what a disastrous round for ITB. The bomb being dropped on stairs really solidified the deal for Honoris to take the first. Well played by them. Dear, oh dear, losing the bomb in their rush with pistols. That is not what you wanted to see if you weren't into the breach. Of course, that does put them at 1-0. Meanwhile, ITB, they will force up just a little bit. It's a bit of a partial investment. They do invest just a bit of capital into this round. At B250, a deal to use. Rest on Glocks are looking for that full save for the most part, though. Looking to go ahead and buy up in round 3. So Honoris most likely looking at themselves being 2-0. But ITB coming up into round number 3 is where they're going to look to get rather heated with this matchup. They could be looking to put up first on the board there. Once we do see that 2-1 status, that's where things are really going to start to get a little bit more shaky for both these squads. But, of course, Honoris are going to be trying to go for that clean 3-0, but they have to start it now. And the next round is going to be really the pivotal moment to see if they can really use that momentum and re-break the economy of ITB effectively enough to find themselves a great lead to work with here on the CT side. Of course, initial utility being played out here fairly slowly, but not necessarily committed to it just yet. But ITB, they seem to be making the rush up ramp down. Just find a little bit of a tag and a tap onto one. Lunatic finds a kill, but Crucial and Thomas there for frags as well as each puts it down into a 4v3. The man advantage going the way of ITB, but still things aren't solidified for Blanks. Shots come through. Thomas Crucial able to find out frags each. All of a sudden, Rico's all alone, and the round is up in the air. ITB all of a sudden have the chance to put it at 1-1. This was a round by the wayside. This is when you expected Honoris to win outright, but oh dear lord, it is converted off the back of a Deagle, a P250, and 3 Glocks for it to be 1-1 on the board. And ITB, just like that, have broken the economy of Honoris. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Honoris, that is not what you wanted to see when you first started out the snap. You were looking to assure yourself a nice little 2-0 to get things working and rolling for you well. There wasn't even that full investment of ITB. They didn't full buy up in pistols into Mac 10 into Mac 10s and those sorts of weapons, but instead saved over, looking to carry over as much economy into this one as they could. But they still converted it off the back of that, even with just the investment of 2 upgraded pistols. So hey, brilliant look for them to get the Vertigo rolling, but we'll see if they're going to be able to solidify things. Of course, now Honoris going to be looking to do the same. They've got the 5.7s as well as the Deagle. And well, as they move forward, the head about spotted out for Roland, able to find out the first. Thomas good for one as well as Cypher cleans up another. Finds out Rico and Lunatic as the last 2, and they're both going to be gunned down by Roland, who finds himself a nice little 3K into the round for ITB to secure it 2-1. Now, of course, Bolt's going to be there to shut things down. Finds out 2. Thomas for 3. Bit of a full house in between the 2. There we go. ITB shuts down the rush rather quickly. Putting it at 3-1. We do see rifles coming onto the board here and now. Well, with Honoris, they get a bit of a deficit. Down by 2, they could be able to go ahead and bring it back by 1 and tie it up here into round number 6 coming up in just a few moments' time. But of course, we're going to be seeing what this rifle round is going to pan out for us. No, of course. As we move underway once again, we do see some utility being placed out. So far, it's going to be rather slowly played. I could be aware that this is a rifle round and oh, crucial! No way you survive that engagement. He wins it out against Lunatic, but is tagged all the way down to 12 HP. Well, that beginning advantage is going to be taken up. They're going to be looking to try and extend it be a little bit more. Look at this Al Sobel. He's so aggressive here. We're seeing in the corner of ramp, going to be trying to go ahead and fill out the rest of A, make sure that it's shut down for business. But of course, ITB have reasserted themselves, and they might be looking to posture up for B here. Bomb is postured for it. Rest of the team joining it. The execute starts to look likely, and there it is. They throw out the utility to make their way up. Shots ring out. Rico there for 3. Cypher for 1. Sammy there for the other. And a quick full house in between the two holders of B there for Honoris. To put it at 2-3, bringing it within 1 of a tie, but still very large economy there for the side of ITB to buy up into this round. They should be looking to go ahead and fully invest here to try and keep the tie, or well, avoid the tie, and look to go ahead and put themselves at a 2-round lead once again. But this is going to be an extremely tight game from here on out. Both of these teams have been able to figure out the weaknesses of the other and start to exploit it, but also they're being exploited as well in their weaknesses and haven't been able to shore them up, so there's no one that's been able to really find the dominant spree just yet. Well, as Thomas is able to open things up, Sobel will be finished off first. The advantage is gained. Well, I like this out Lunatic. Come on, go for the swing. Do it. I want to see it. Next play around. Oh, no! Oh, a huge whiff. Lunatic. Oh, that can't work out too well. Of course, Sammy was good for one. Task good for another. Trade it down. Going the way of ITB as they go ahead and finish off another, leaving Rico all alone. And in a 1v3, he's got an AK to use. He's going to be making his way up. Looks for another frag. He's able to find it out against Thomas, leaving it down into a 1v2. And just like that, he puts it into a somewhat doable situation. Of course, he's going here. The rotates player. He's got to be careful of it. Is that one in CT? That's Rollin. Rico. Oh, no way. I'm surprised he won that out. That brings it down to a 1v1 and starts to solidify things into a winnable situation. Of course, he's got to deal with Crucial. Crucial's got the up. He's out in the open for the time being. He's edging his way up, sitting now towards Vince. He's holding a very tight angle. Misses the initial shot, and Rico gonna be able to clutch it up. Well played by him to go ahead and tie things back on up. A nice little 1v2 to do it. In Honduras sit at 3-3, all tied up due to the heroics of Rico. Rico. What a little play to make that work. 3K into the round in total. Put us at 3-3, all tied up there in the 6th. Now, Rollin going to be boosting up his teammate here. Crucial. Going to be looking for a fight with the off. Works out well to get him one. He'll start to aggress first, looking for another. Oh, timing. It worked out. Able to find out another. Just like that, they cracked open the B site. And I think that's a safe call made. Yeah, Paul Norris already backing off. Bomb's going to get planted on B. That's going to be all she wrote. ITV going to be able to break the tie back into favor for them to retake the lead. Yep, Crucial's going, or Cypher's going for Hunt. Starts to aggress forward, trying to find out this player. Not gonna be able to do so. And yep, there we go. Bomb goes up. They save over 3 rifles. Maybe. Will they deny here at the last moment? No, looks like they'll be able to carry them over. Yep, there they are. So they're going to at least have those rifles to use. Meanwhile, Rico, Taz, they're going to be on weak buys. You might force up around these rifles, or they could just save them full while they get dropped over pistols or an MP9 or something, but... It's at 4-3. Yeah, okay, so they'll get the FAMAS's bottled up for themselves, of course, an MP9 as well. So they do have a full investment in this round. It's a feasible buy for this round to tie things back up, but we'll see if it works out. And, oh! Cypher. Nicely done. Gonna be able to find out the first lunatic spammed out. It won't be over engaged just yet. Well, I like this from Rico. He's going ahead and starting to feel out the rest of the map. He's going to go ahead and look to see if he can grab that advantage. Maybe a bit of control here. Of course, he'll have to deal with Rollin. He'll continue to sit at stairs, not wanting to overpush just yet. I would love to see him go for a little bit of extra information here. They can do that. It could be a pivotal play for Honoris to exploit this A side a little bit further. But as Rico feels it out, oh, he finds it. That's a huge kill. That's going to be the rest of the players of Honoris starting to commit to this holdover towards A. They're going to start to display the utility. Of course, a good amount of execute util has been thrown as well. Lunatic plays quick. Going to be eliminated by Cypher straight out by Taz. Taz eliminated by Thomas. Down into a ticket through the advantage, going the way of ITB. I think that's all she wrote for the round, unless Sobel does something crazy here. Let's see. What you got? Makes his way up, makes a bit of noise. Pushes forward. The up. Shot. Make the way forward, finding the kill. Crucial trade though leaves it down to a 1v2, and Thomas comes up from the back line to gun them down. That will be a fifth for ITB. They have a lead of 2 now, and have avoided a tie game with Honoris yet again. Now, of course, a bit of a USPS round for the side of Honoris. They'll most likely look to play with a bit of aggression with it. I wouldn't blame them for that. Just looking to try deal out as much damage as they can, as quickly as they can. They're looking for a full buy into round 10 here. So, of course, here in the round 9, they're just going to play this out to be one to be thrown by the wayside. And a little bit of damage done. Found out Thomas there right at the end, but hey. Still a 6 for ITB. Now there's a bit of a long one to go if you are this side of Honoris. Now, full rifle round. As we roll back underway, we'll see a bit of aggression being shown out towards mid. Maybe looking for a B split hit here. Sending 1 through stairs, 3 through mid. The jump over scaffolding onto site. Well, it's Thomas. Kills the player there in CT. Sammy gonna be silenced early on, and that's gonna be a lot of room being created. Thomas gonna go ahead and shield them off, but Sobel there to trade it out. Still, Cypher finds himself a refrag right after. Not able to save his teammate, but certainly able to deal the damage. He goes ahead and takes up a back corner to look to try and take a fight here. And as the smoke fades, ooh, it comes down to timing. He's going to be facing off against Lunatic, and oh, his head went right in the smoke at the wrong time. And it cost him his life, leaving Volks and Crucial alone. But his Volt wins out a fight by the skin of his teeth. Taz swings and denies bomb. Of course, Crucial going to have to react to it. Looks to claim bomb if he can. Of course, Taz playing around the corners, trying to see his way around the edge of the smoke. As he taps bomb, jumps. Bit of a mistake, but oh! Bait was played and it worked out nice. A Crucial, very close shot there. 1v1, could be able to do this. Does it clutch this up? Taps bomb again. But, oh, like in the wrong way for a second. Won't be able to readjust onto Lunatic's head. And will be finished off. And Honoris take 4. Of course, we get rolling back underway with Honoris. Being down by 2, of course, it's a bit of a weak buyout of them. Global, Taz, both on FAMASas. Well, it's looking a little bit rough here, but we'll see what they can do with them. Still, they're facing up against full AK op. ITB are playing this rather slowly. They're going to start to edge their way up through ramp now. Look to swing. First shots ring out. Sammy gonna miss the initial, but Thomas finds the first big utility being played, and oh man, Sammy just can't make his way away. That trades it down into a 3-5. The advantage is lost by Honoris. And they desperately need Lunatic to come up in a big way. Starts not finding the first, looks for a second, won't be able to find it. Thomas guns him down, leaving it down to Rollin. He shut down Taz. Of course, Rico is alone. 1v4. Kind of stuck behind orange boxes here. Tries to edge his way up, gets into headshot to try to fight the game from it, and unfortunately for him, Bolt guns him down for ITB to hit 7 and be within 1 of converting the half successfully. Now, it's back underway, of course. USPS is here. And ITB was likely looking for 8. Of course, with utility being placed out. We do see them edging their way around through elevator now. Possibly looking to try and find the wrap onto ITB. Could be able to pull off a little bit of something here. Would be cool. Well, it's Thomas. Goes for a swing. Oh, he's able to gun down 3. And Cypher and Crucial are there to finish it off. Still, a little bit of damage done. Finding out Thomas there. Not as much as they were hoping for. But ITB, they've converted the half successfully. We're now looking for 2 more to hit 10. Now, they get back underway, Rollin and Thomas, they'll start making their way forward. Of course, Cypher, go find some shots out. Sobel, he finished off first. ITB are trying to solidify themselves 9 here. They'll be able to solidify 10 as well. The economy for Honduras on the brink of doom once again. Things are looking rough for them. Well, Lunatic tries to find a kill. He'll be gunned down by Cypher. Still, with Taz finding a frag on the Thomas, they make things a little bit more possible. It's a 4v3 into the retake if they do attempt it, but with bomb planted on A, it seems like save call might be made here. Carrying over the rifles that they have will allow them to have a little bit of a feasible round into the next. And 3 being carried over and possibly buying up their teammates, maybe some MP9s and FAMASs and that sort of thing. It could work out for them to afford up a decent buy to try and avoid double digits. Well, as Rico finds himself a nice low kill there. He denies the hunters. They're going to start to deploy the utility to try and catch them out. Fortunately, AG's not going that too much, and they can't really go for it off of that. But still, ITB 9-4, up by 5, now looking for 10. Yeah, there's a feasible round here for Honduras. They can afford FAMASs, MP9s. Looks like an A1S will be bought up by Taz. Well, as they look for double digits, Honduras are going to be trying to deny. They are able to afford a much better round than I thought they were going to be able to. The utility might be a little bit on the weaker end, but still a good amount to play with it. Oh, Cypher, I don't know how you get away with that frag there. Still with the initial man advantage found. We do see Taz and Rico choking up. If Roland hung around over there towards elevator, he might be able to find out a little bit of fracking power, but unfortunately, as he falls away, I don't know if they're going to be watching for this wrap to come through. Well, as they push up, Sammy able to find one while blind. Thomas fortunately won't be able to survive that engagement. He'll be mied out of position. Taz able to find one before he falls. Crucial. Trains him back with the refrag. Meanwhile, Rico coming up from the back line. He's putting the pressure down. Of course, a smoky response to close it off. And Global, nice kill there. Of course, that trades down to a 2v3. That's doable here for ITB. Well, this post plant could be a little bit rough for them, but it comes down on this first frag. Sammy, nicely down, finds one. Roland, though, playing on site, finds 2, leaves it down to a 1v1, but he's not too aware of his last player. He should hear Rico now. Utility's put out. A tag comes through it. Oh, Rico, able to play off the sound of the tag. It finds the frag to close it out, and this is close. I think he's got it. And yeah, Honduras take 5. They deny double digits to ITB, and this could be a 9-6 half. Of course, plenty of economy to use if you're into the breach. You can buy up anything in the world. Buy whatever you want to buy. Buy a auto shot. All sniper. Do it. No, they won't. Oh well, bit of a shame. A little bit of fun buy up. No auto sniper? They're not gonna do it? No, of course not. Now, of course, as we get back underway. So far, no initial advantage is being gained here. We're going to tick past some minute 20 And Cypher has already edged his way up towards the top of ramp. Could be looking for this first engagement. Comes down to what Lunatic and Sobel do here, and well, it's Lunatic. Finds out the first swing, comes out, Sobel goes for the fight, but crucial there for the no-scope before he falls. Thomas and Bolt fall very shortly thereafter, and Roland there to close it out. 9-6 at the half. That will be Honoris, keeping it nice and close there at the end. But of course, we're going to be swapping halves here in just a moment, but we have a little bit of a break. Alrighty, here we go again. Map 3, second half. This determines it all. Right now, into the breach. They're up by a few, because they're currently sitting at 9-6 here on the board. We're looking for Honoris to make a bit of a comeback here on the T side, but ITB looking to shut it down on the T. Well, let's see what they got here. Honoris gonna start to edge their way up, of course, on the attacking side right now, while ITB playing here as the CTs, and the shots are about to come through. One player gets boosted up behind the plywood. Cypher, does he take a premature shot at it? If he does, he could be able to find out the information, but he's going to start to see the execute comes out. Of course, they're playing for the full 5v5. We'll see shots ring through. Initial pops not going to net himself a frag, but hey, a little bit of attacking damage being done, and now it's a full 5v5. First shots ring through. Cypher finds the first. Not Cypher, Crucial, sorry. Now, of course, counter flash can be thrown. And that's going to secondly approach. Sobel finds the first, of course. Bolt's there for a frag as Cypher and Roland both fall. Bolt's now alone, 1v3. And there's not much to be done here because Honoris are looking at 7. Now, of course, it's 5.7s, Deagles, and MP9 here to use for ITB. Honoris, they got the superior buy, double AK, a Galil, and double Mac 10 to use. Well, we're going to be looking at Honoris to try and find their tie here in just a few moments' time. If they can go ahead and defeat ITB here, but 9 should be assured. And the shots ring out. Sammy, he'll start it off. So far, it's rather slowly played. Players edging their way up. Trying to play for the initial fight. Hello? Very quick in getting onto the site for themselves. Of course, it was a bit of a stack over towards A. Realize that's completely free. They check for any but lurkers. No one's here. They're going to go ahead and commit. And I don't think we'll see ITB go for this. I'll most likely look to save what little bit of firepower they have in order to have that extra firepower into the next.
Terrorists win.
Now, as we get rolling underway once again, we have seen a lot of initial aggression being shown here by Honoris. They didn't necessarily commit to it too quickly. They decommit pretty quick. And now, as we see shots ringing out. Ooh, heavy tagged, crucial. Gonna be tagged out, but of course, does survive it for the most part. As we see Taz and Co. push their way forward. Shots ring out. Finding out the first crucial. Of course, good for one as well. Trades back down to a 44. Keeps it nice and even. They're going to be looking for more Volt. Playing with 5-7. Able to find out some good damage. No frags just yet. Well, Sammy and Crucial find out one each. Thomas and Co. are the last two men standing. Being in a rather difficult position to retake and hold this off. Still, Crucial able to keep things together by finding that frag on the one. Looking for more. Unfortunately, Lunatic there to gun him down with a Mac 10. I think Thomas will decommit completely to carry over what he can. Maybe his armor into the next to have that full buy. Still, as he pushes forward, his head will be taken off. Lunatic there for 2. That cleans it up. And a 9th on the board for Honoris. As we do see a tie, and Honoris are now looking to break that into their favor if possible. Ooh, good shots. Rico able to find out the first. Of course, Rollin there for one as well. Trades it on down. Putting it into a 44, the advantage. Traded in and out quite quickly. Well, shots ringing out with Lunatic finding a frag as well. They traded it quickly to even. The man advantage nullified. And Honoris are going to start to edge their way forward. Only one player to fight directly on site, but Rollin. Ooh. Coming up from the back line. Could be a massive play here. See what he's got. Shots ring through. Not much to catch up with just yet, but there it is. Sobel, good for one. Rollin there for the other. Raids it all down and leaves it into a 2v2. Still, no plants available. Sobel all the way at the bottom of ramp could rotate B. Taz is still committed though. Well, as utility is placed out, Bolt finds a kill. Of course, he's good for 2 there into the retake, and well played. A nice little double to clean it up. puts it at 9-8. The side of ITB are going to be able to take the lead and break the tie back into favor. Well played by them.
Counter-terrorists win.
Now, of course, double digits hit for ITB. Well, its utility is played out. Ooh, a heavy shot on the crucial rings through. Well, it's put down into a very unique position. We do see some spam coming out with Volt looking for more. Not much being connected up with just yet. The spam not panning out for him. Well, I like this from Rico. He's going to start to edge his way possibly over towards B. He does double back through connector. Just was checking to see if anybody was aggressing forward. So far, it doesn't pan out. Now, as we see them prepped up, we do see them looking to make a move over towards this A site. Of course, they're going to have to deal with Crucial with the up. There'll be a problem for them if they're not too careful. Utility is tossed out. Of course, they make their move. Shots ring through. Taz finds one. More comes out from Volt there by finding one. Volt Thomas, good for a frag as well. And quickly, the side of ITB have been able to collapse onto these players, but Sobel and Sammy able to answer back in kind. He was in Cypher in a rather difficult situation. And ooh, Roland. He's edged his way out. He's got smoke to play with as well now. Oh, he's been able to close off these singles quite nicely, but Sobel gonna get called out. He's there by Rico, and Rico is there to clean him up. Of course, Cypher all alone now. Cypher making his way up from ramp side. They have no idea that he's here. He needs to check over here towards sandbags. But coming at it from the front there, probably a mistake as the op is staring down that angle and finishes him off. That'll be 10-10 all tied up. We do see Honoris keeping it nice and close. Now, of course, as we do see Deeds P250s and 5.7s here to use for the side of ITB. Honoris are looking for 11. They want to go ahead, take the lead for themselves, break that tie, and sit in a rather comfortable position to try and close things out. Of course, ITB are going to keep this hard fought. With Rollin finding out one as well. Trades it all down, puts it into a 4v4. The man advantage. Nice and even. Well, Sammy doesn't get a timing there. It does look like this retake's about to come out. Maybe? I think they're going to make a move on it. I think they want to apply the pressure. Of course, they don't necessarily need to carry over this round. Just dealing out damage would be enough. But Sammy coming up in a big way. They'll make up 2, leaving it all down to Rollin, who's all alone. And, well, he'll be finished off as well. Sammy closes it out. Puts it at 11 for Honoris. Taking the lead now within 4 of map point. Now, of course, some initial utility don't be thrown out. Of course, Honoris are looking for 12 here. They want to be within 3 of map points and series points. Oh, some utilities placed forward. Ooh, it looks like he wants to play behind the smoke here. Crucial. Waiting to see if anyone might over-aggress. So far, I don't know how he's not getting tagged out there. But hey, maybe he's Neo, just dodging and weaving his way around those shots, avoiding getting hit. Anyway, he really needs to not throw the smoke here. If he doesn't, his position won't be caught out. Doesn't look like a Molotov's going to come through, so he puts it away. Gonna get thrown. He'll start to make his way forward. Finds the first, finds the second. Crucial, having a crucial play. Finds 2. Of course, Sammy good for 1 as well. Brings it on down, but ITB, they have a clear advantage in the round. This is looking to be possibly 11-11. Well, Sobel all alone. 100 HP, a dream, a 1v4, and a need to find a 4K. But with no time remaining, ITB secure themselves 11. Now, Honoris taking a bit of a timeout, of course. All tied up with. Their economy's good enough to go ahead and force up if they really wanted to. Might be a little bit weak on some of these players. Sobel could definitely drop over a rifle to another. Maybe into the hands of Lunatic. The rest of them should be able to afford up a little bit of something, to say the least. No. This is played out rather carefully. We do see Honoris playing silently here in the beginning, looking to see if any initial picks can be made. Wanting to catch up players like Cypher and Rollin, who've been able to have key moments to pull things through. That's Rollin. Peeking out. Ooh. It's a little bit slower that time. It's gone down. Him and Cypher both fallen. That's the B-site nearly capitulated. We're looking at the last man standing over there. That's Thomas. He's playing Vince now. I think they know his position. As they put out the utility. It's going to be a bit of a miss, but oi, Volt. Good for 1, but the trade is there by Lunatic, leaving Crucial and Thomas alone. Thomas, really aggressive there. Won't pan out for anything, but certainly a good attempt, leaving Crucial alone in a 1v4, and he'll be gunned down as well as bomb is planted. Cypher on the pistol. Gonna be able to find out the first. Well, Shots ring out. Thomas finds himself a frag and looks for a little bit more, but Sobel will be there to finish him off as he tries to pick up a rifle. Of course, they do trade it out into their favor. ITB sitting in a nice position. Of course, Sobel good for one. Rollin rings out with a deagle for a frag as well. And ITB are able to keep things under wraps for themselves. This is a rifle round that certainly doesn't need to go awry. Well, as Taz captures bomb, we see Crucial make his way up with Rollin finding together in a huge round out of ITB to keep it all nice and even at 12-12. Of course, there are Deagle's P250s and a Glock to use if you are the side of Honoris ITB and the driver's seat to go ahead and try break the tie back into their favor. Right now, it's been round after round, tie after tie. Both these teams keeping it nice and even, trying to go 3-0 for themselves. Right now, it's smelling a bit like OT being a possibility. Well, it's Thomas. Holds this angle. Ooh, watches over towards mid. It gets shut out. Tag down to 11. Rollin gonna be able to find out a frag along with Volts. Of course, they shut things down, but Taz able to bring it back a little bit. Still has a long ways to go before the site is confirmed. And well, as Sobel is eliminated, Taz is left alone and in a 1v5. And or 1v4 rather, sorry. Of course, doesn't have bomb to use, just 34 seconds. Finding out an ace there, unlikely and all but impossible now. As he loses his life, ITB take the lead and put it at 13, now within 2 of map point. Of course, his utility is played forward. We'll see Rico looking to make his way up. Of course, Cypher will be looking for the frag. Finds the first. Puts it down into a 4v5 with the advantage. Going the way of ITB. Still, the advantage being gained, they haven't shut down the site. It does look like we'll see the aggression coming out towards B. Cypher. Gonna be looking to try and temper that away. Edges his way over towards this pillar. Gets there silently without them seeing. Gonna be Rollin v Taz out towards mid. While the rest look to rush on the B from stairs, as well as being held down from Vince. From pillar. Well, as shots ring out, Thomas aggressed too far as Cypher is able to swing through to find out one for himself. Bolts gets found as Rollin gains a frag, but still, it goes back and forth, keeping it down into a 2v2. Rollin needs to find out at least one more. Look for this shot. This was going to be important, and Lunatic going to be able to catch him out. Puts it down into a 1v2. Crucial. On a crucial position to try and deny a tied game. 1v2, he edges his way up, and Lunatic takes off its head. And once again, tie after tie after tie. It's like we're in OT or something as we see 13-13 on the board. Now as we get back underway, it's 13-13. It's all tied up once again, and it's a rifle round to decide who's going to take the lead again. But most likely it'll be tied up again, because that's the way it's been going since this half. Doesn't feel like anybody's been able to gain themselves a severe advantage here. But hey, at least into the breach we're able to get 2 in a row. It's been 2 in a row, tie, and then 2 in a row again. What a rough place to be in if you are ITB or Honoris here. It just doesn't feel like either one of you are able to go ahead and gain themselves clear momentum. It's just stalled and sputters out each and every round. Now, of course, Crucial. He heard one, but he'll get smoked off. Pulled off that corner. Of course, he'll start to look a little bit farther. And, well, Cypher able to find a frag. Crucial gets a frag as well. Keeps it down into a 1v3. But Honoris now looking to take a lead for themselves. Well, Rollin, no moves to be made here. He's going to be opting to save. Carry over that A4 into the next round. This is the economy of Honoris. It's finally going to be broken. And ITB are going to be looking at a lead. What is Roland doing, though? Is he AFK? He's not really holding an angle. Just kind of standing there out in the open. Like, there are 3 lines of sight onto him. Or 2 lines of sight, rather. He didn't cut off either one of them. It just sort of stood there. Ah, I see. Yeah, that makes sense. I was thinking it's weird that he's not moving, but, you know. Bit of a DC. Hopefully we'll be back underway here in a moment. It's 14-13. Honoris do have a lead. Yep, there's Roland back in the server. So we should be good to go. How long was he DC for? Was it before the take towards A or after? And oh, wait a second. What's going to happen here? Yeah, no, it looks like he was DC'd well in the beginning of that. Ooh. It seems like it's going to be a minute before we get back into it. Hopefully we'll be back underway here in a moment. It does seem like people are buying up, so maybe we're getting back into it, but... There we go. We're all good. And 14-13. Of course, the lead has been developed by Honoris. Into the breach, couldn't hold it off. And now, it's 14-13. Let's see what they got. It looks like Honoris want to edge their way possibly towards B. They're playing quickly up through stairs here in the early stages of the round. Of course, Roland, he does have a rifle to use. The rest of them are stuck on USPSs, though. He's got to be able to do so much work. And well, as the plank goes down, into the breach. No chance of really a retake here unless Roland does something crazy. It looks like he'll opt to save. Yeah, he's just going to carry over that A4 into the next. It'll be a full buy coming up there. But Honoris are going to be putting themselves at 15. That is map and series point going to be achieved. And they could be finally looking to end this one in a 2-1 scenario for themselves. But of course, Honoris, they got themselves a bit of a ways to go. Well, at least Rollins good for one bit of a consolation prize there. Well, it's 15-13. We do see Into the Breach going to be desperately looking for OT. Now, as we get back underway, we're going to see Rollins start to ring out the shots. He's good for one, good for two. Him and Thomas gun them down and give the advantage to the side of ITB. This could be them going for OT once again. Bunch of overtime today, Chad, if that's the case. But an advantage gained isn't around solidified. As Rico and Co still hold their way over towards B, Taz is edging up over towards A, going short side from scaffolding. He's going to be looking for an engagement to try and catch out at least a player. Cypher gains information. He finds the kill on Sammy. Of course, Rico trades it back in, is tagged down and eliminated. The Molotov to Trek, leaving it into Taz's hands. And in a 1v4, well, not much to be done here. Good edge around. Taz finds a kill. 1v3. Is he attempting this? Is this something he's really and truly going for here? No, he's not. He'll save over. Okay. Well, 14. Looking like a third OT here today. First matchup of the day, and it is the eternal match that is never looking to end. It's Into the Breach, possibly, are looking to sit us into a third map OT. Now, of course, Honoris, they want to close things out to avoid overtime. Into the Breach. They'll be endeavoring to send us into another overtime once again. Let's see what they're going to be able to do here. Will this be 15-15, or will Honoris be sitting 3-0 here in the group stage? Only time can tell who's going to be able to do it to get back underway. We'll see a lot of aggression start to be shown, and Volt will start to react to it. Now, Sammy pops off a shot looking for an initial. Well, as Sammy and Co start to edge their way forward. As these shots ring out, Bolt finding 2. He's good for 3 into the round. And just like that, Lunatic and Sober are last 2 men standing. And dear, oh dear, into the breach. Looking to send us into yet another overtime. Of course, Rollin looks for a kill, but Lunatic responds up, finding the kill, putting it down into a 2v3, but is extremely low. Well, Sobel finds the kill to even it out. Bolt trades it out and is eliminated by Sobel, leaving it down into a 1v1. And all of a sudden, this is doable. Cypher holding will be able to just wait out the time to finish it out. And 15-15 is secured with OT on the board. Alrighty, once again, here we are at overtime. The map pool is 1-1. We are in map 3 at 15-15. It's all tied up. The winner of overtime will be moving on into the playoffs, while the loser will be stuck down in a 2-1 position in the group stage to fight another day. And the first shot will ring out to go the way of Honoris. We do see the initial pick being made there with Rico silencing Crucial before he can get any activation there with the op to really put in some work. Oh, some good tag damage being done as well. Volk will be tagged him out by an HE, of course. He's might out position, forced off of it. Now as they look for a little bit more, Sammy looking for Frank, can't find anything just yet. A nade goes out, doesn't connect up. More shots ring through with Taz finding one. Thomas is finished off, and the man advantage is put into a 5v3. Of course, Cypher and Co. up for the back line, go be able to do some work. We do see Cypher find a kill. Lunatic trades him back, puts it down into a 2v4. And now, with Sobel finding that kill, Rollin is left alone. An impossible 1v4. He's deep into sight, though. Edges his way forward, looking for the first frag. Won't be able to do it. Rinko takes his life, and Honoris take it at 16. Now, of course, the round will be played out rather slowly here. And his shots ring out. We see Cypher finding one. That's the open, of course. Ooh, out traded out there. He will survive. Sobel, ooh, able to get underneath him. I don't know that he doesn't know that they're there, but Sobel's gonna be able to check for it, find the kill. He'll grass forward, realizing that the B site has major cracks open. He's gonna be able to exploit it to go ahead and widen it even further for them to go ahead and secure sight. So Taz and Volt trading it back and forth. Rollin possibly looking to go for the retake from stairs, while Volt looks for frags as well. Of course, Volt gets to find one. Lunatic trades it back. There's Rollin trying to activate, but Lunatic turns onto him to trade him out and puts 17 on the board for Honoris. Now as we get back underway, Volt is gonna play up. Shots start to ring out. Taz able to find the first successfully, putting it all down into a RE5 with the advantage. On the way of Honoris. Well, it plays slowly. We do see Sobel find out Rollin able to aggress up quite a bit. Played for information, but maybe flying too close to the sun there. It's burnt down. Now, as they push their way through. Looks like they'll edge their way up and look to come through stairs. Still. Utility is put out. Cypher able to find out two. Playing up forward. Does the damage, but Sobel there for one as Thomas trades back. Leaving it down to a 2v2. Honoris not able to take towards site yet. Oh, it's crucial. Finds out Taz is on Sobel. Sobel 1v2. 6 seconds. 5 seconds. 4 seconds. And he won't be able to get planted. That's all she wrote. Thomas able to put it at 16-17 at the end of the half of overtime. Just like that. Honoris need 2. Well, into the breach need 3. And this could go to double OT. Now, of course, Honoris are looking to get the start off right here on the CT side. Into the breach, are going to try and find a breach to fill in through. But, of course, this is played out rather stagnantly. Neither one of these teams wanting to move overly aggressive just yet. And, oh, Thomas, we tagged out ever so low. Now, of course, into the breach are looking to pounce onto the A site. There are 2 players to hold it back. One in close rotation can make his way to elbow to fight. They're starting to heal the utility throne, but they don't know that it's committed to the assault just yet. As Sammy rotates through, he's looking to play over at elbow while one's at headshots, one at heaven. The smokes are thick. There's no one to be able to go up and deny just yet. But as Sobel hears the tap, and he'll respond with a Molotov. Counter utility will be placed out, but he's forced out. Still, no plants, no frags. But there's the first shot. Crucial, able to find one. Sammy finds one on default as well. Cypher quickly trades it back, putting it down to a 3v4. With the advantage, going the wave into the breach. Rico and Sobel make their way up. Rico able to find out one on Thomas, trades back down into a 2v3. It looks doable. Sobel swings, finds some tags, no frags, but Rico, oh, did he know he's on the bump? I don't know that he knows. Oh no, Roland! Not gonna be able to find out the kill, and Honoris go ahead and put it at 18. Oh, that should not have been a round. Oh, Roland, how didn't you find him? You were up against him, Roland. I don't understand. Oh, what an impossible situation for Honoris to win over. They put it at 18-16. Well, like Cypher finds a huge frag there. It puts it down into a 4v5. The advantage will be gained by into the breach. They need 2 rounds in a row to take this double OT. And Cypher's looking to do just that, finding out 2 for himself as he entries over onto A. Now, of course, Volt gonna be able to find one out as well. He's it down to Taz and Sobel. And well, this time they are shutting it down before they have the chance for an defuse. Well, there it is. Cypher closes it out. 17 on the board. Fire and fury in his veins. Finds out 4 into the round to bring it within 1 of double OT. Now, will we go into a second overtime here on the third map, or will Honoris end it all here? We'll see Cypher making his way forward, looking for more shots. Of course, hero of the previous round, looking to be the hero again. As we see a lot of utility being played out, some damage being done. Cypher gets tagged down to 49, just below 50. As we see Lunatic, may play too far, but he doesn't get caught there. That's a surprise. We see we'll find out first. Lunatic up for one as well. Roland responds up for a kill, but Volt there for one as well. Sammy trades it back, leaving it down to Crucial and Volt. 2v3, the man advantage. Going the way from Norris, but we do see Into the Breach trying to make a bridge towards the site in order to make an entry to find plants. Of course, they have 30 seconds remaining. Sammy, bit of a linchpin here. Gonna be shutting down one. That's Volt's falling. The bomb in the hand of Crucial. He needs to find him out, but no chance. 19 on the board, and Norris are able to take it just like that. They end it 2-1 and move on 3-0 in the playoffs. To head, or 3-0 in the group stage to head into the playoffs. So very nicely done by Honoris. Of course, that means Into the Breach's run is not over just yet. But what a hazardous map. In series, we saw just then 1915 there on Inferno, 1917 on Overpass, and then finally 1917 on Vertigo. Honoris winning the first and the third, Into the Breach taking the second, and of course taking us all 3 maps for overtime. Still, very nicely done by both squads, and that is all she wrote for that matchup. Of course, if you guys do not know yet, we do have more matches throughout the day, and another one coming up in just a few moments' time. In fact, we're a little bit late on it, so we'll be jumping onto this one extremely quickly. We have the Apeks versus Prospect maps coming up in just a little bit, so folks, do not go anywhere. This starts in about 9 minutes' time. I'm going to take my break, and I'll see you guys in a few. I'll see you guys very soon.
I have very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One expert.
Win up to $1 million with your CSGO esports predictions. Simply guess the kill scores of the 10 players in a CSGO match. The more you guess correctly, the bigger the prize. You'll need at least 2 correct predictions to win a prize. Guess all 10 correct and win $1 million. Experience the exciting new way to add a little prosperity when watching esports tournaments. And register now to receive a free entry ticket upon sign-up. Predict kills, win millions, prosper.
You look into your inventory and there's only... It's time to forget about this garbage. Here you will find everything to play with really cool skins. Open top cases. Upgrade dropped skins and turn your junk into a cool gun using the contract system. Every day, thousands of people upgrade their inventory with us. Hellcase.com. Look at yourself in a new way.